A mysterious wanderer has caught their scent, and he is closing in. Solitary males are never to be trusted, but this is the cub's own father. They have never met. The innocent young are unaware that he is a ticking time bomb. The queens of the north know his danger well. Unpredictable and fraught with risk. They quickly move their precious young from his sight. A distraction, an appeasement, whatever it takes. But Satoru and her sisters cannot hold him. His dark hunger is for the small ones. The innocent cubs want nothing more than to play with their newfound father. But he could kill every last one of them. There is nothing now that Kita can do. In the crystal clear water, the sunfish glides gracefully, occasionally surfacing as if basking in the sun. This behavior not only helps regulate body temperature, but also allows seabirds and small fish to remove parasites from their skin. With a skin thickness of up to 3 inches, the sunfish acts like a shield, protecting it from natural predators. With a massive size of up to 10 feet in length and weighing over 5,000 pounds, the sunfish resembles a living model of time, representing the wonders and resilience of the natural world. Its skeleton is primarily composed of cartilage, providing a surprisingly lightweight quality despite its massive body. Instead of a typical conical tail, it has a unique disc-shaped structure that gracefully drifts through the ocean currents. The coral reef of Verde Island, an ecological gem in the heart of the Philippine Sea, serves as a magnificent natural stage. On this stage, the whale shark captivates with its enormous size and majestic presence. As the largest fish in the world, reaching lengths of up to 12 meters and weighing as much as 18 tons, the whale shark is a symbol of the splendor that nature bestows upon marine ecosystem. The legacy of the whale shark spans millions of years, reaching back to an era when the oceans were pristine and tumultuous. Unique evolutionary features, such as a wide mouth for filtering plankton and fish eggs, have allowed them to perfectly adapt to the tropical marine environment. In the Verde Island Passage, known as the center of marine biodiversity in the world, whale sharks find a true paradise. Millions of plankton and fish eggs floating in this water provide an ideal feeding ground for the gentle giants. Their distribution spans across warm oceans worldwide, but they are strongly concentrated in nutrient-rich areas such as Donsol and CIC, where they can easily access abundant food sources. Verde Island, with its warm waters and nutrient-rich currents, creates the perfect environment for whale sharks, the gentle giants of the ocean. The deep waters at Verde Pass resemble a vibrant watercolor painting, serving as a home to these giant creatures that glide peacefully through the ocean like battleships. With its enormous yet graceful size, the 10-centimeter thick skin of the whale shark is adorned with white patterns resembling a star map, symbolizing natural beauty and serving as a sturdy shield. Introducing a unique hunting technique, the whale shark relies neither on strength nor speed. They open their mouths up to 5 feet wide, like giant bowls, and filter millions of liters of seawater each day. Tiny creatures like plankton and fish eggs are retained by their intricate filtering system, while water is expelled through the gills. This eating method is not only precise, but also highly effective, helping whale sharks maintain their massive bodies. The journey of the whale shark is carried out in a rhythmic and energy-efficient manner, swimming at a leisurely speed of just 3 miles per hour. They can cover thousands of miles each year in search of nutrient-rich waters, such as those found in Donseur and Sioux. The nutrient-rich currents attract these beautiful creatures to gather and enjoy a natural feast together. Instead of relying on predatory strength, the whale shark depends on patience to survive. Their gigantic mouths filter millions of gallons of seawater each day, consuming plankton, fish eggs, and other tiny creatures. Through this action, they not only preserve the environment, but also protect other marine species, acting as ocean gardeners. Their presence enriches the coral reefs they frequently visit, making the ecosystem more vibrant and thriving. However, the beauty and size of the whale shark cannot protect them from threats such as pollution, illegal fishing, and collisions with boats. The population of whale sharks has declined significantly in recent years. According to the IUCN report in 2023, they have been classified as an endangered species. In addition, the manatee, which belongs to the order Sirenia, is also one of the precious gems that remain in the ocean. With its slow, graceful movements and contemplative eyes, the manatee seems to embody the essence of a distant past, when the waves were never touched by human hands. However, according to the IUCN, this species has been classified as vulnerable due to a significant decline in its population. The dugong, the only marine mammal that exclusively feeds on seagrass, uses its wide and flexible snout to uproot the grass, leaving impressive marks on the ocean floor. Seagrass meadows are not only the primary food source for dugongs, but also play a crucial role in maintaining marine biodiversity. Their eating process, which lasts for hours each day, is like a gardener tending to a vegetable patch, naturally promoting the growth and regeneration of seagrass. The role of the dugong in the ecosystem is irreplaceable. They act like gardeners of the ocean, nurturing life and creating habitats for many species of fish, crustaceans, and other invertebrates. Furthermore, the presence of dugongs is an indicator of the health of the marine ecosystem, as they can only thrive in clean, nutrient-rich waters. At Verde Reef, a vibrant intersection of color and life, we will encounter a tiny yet incredibly powerful creature, the blue-ringed octopus. With its brilliant green lights radiating, it is not only a masterpiece of nature, but also a symbol of hidden strength and remarkable resilience. The Verde Coral Reef, with a depth ranging from 0.15 to 48 meters, provides an ideal environment for the green-ringed octopus to hide and hunt. The rock crevices, seagrass meadows, and coral reefs not only provide shelter, but also offer opportunities for octopuses to showcase their remarkable camouflage skills. With special pigment cells called chromatophores, octopuses have the ability to change color to blend perfectly with their surroundings, making them nearly invisible to predators. When threatened, its bright green rings lit up like an unmistakable warning signal. The blue-ringed octopus executes a perfect hunting strategy, combining speed and precision. With its sharp beak, it injects tetrodotoxin into its prey, which is usually shrimp, crabs, or small crustaceans. This powerful toxin not only paralyzes, but also affects the victim's nervous system, ensuring a successful hunt. However, the power of this incredible creature goes beyond its hunting abilities. In the Verde Coral Reef ecosystem, it plays a crucial role in controlling the population of small crustaceans, maintaining ecological balance. The green-ringed octopus is also prey for larger fish, contributing to the biodiversity characteristic of this area. Hiding among the soft sand layers and muddy bottom of the Verde Reef, the mimic octopus emerges like a master of disguise. This creature exhibits creativity and sophistication in nature. Each movement and transformation showcases a unique beauty that contributes to the vibrancy and richness of the marine environment. The shape of the mimic octopus resembles an intricately choreographed dance, captivating every gaze and challenging the imagination of humanity. The mimic octopus has undergone millions of years of evolution, perfecting its ability to imitate other animals such as venomous sea snakes, drifting jellyfish, and graceful rays. It can transform into any shape necessary to ensure its survival. Not only does it change color, but its skin surface also has the ability to flexibly transform, synchronizing with the texture and movement of prey or enemies in the coral reef ecosystem, where every nook and cranny holds potential danger. This unique skill is the key to its survival. Typically found at depths ranging from 2 to 40 meters, the mimic octopus appears in areas where sand and mud intermingle, accented by shimmering coral reefs. This environment is ideal, providing ample opportunities for it to hide and execute its hunting strategies. With tentacle lengths ranging from 2 to 2.5 feet, the mimic octopus gracefully glides along the ocean floor, searching for small prey such as crabs and shrimp. With a powerful water force, it can clean the sand to uncover hidden prey, then swiftly capture them with astonishing accuracy. In the deep regions of the Verde Island coral reef, where sunlight filters through the crystal-clear water, a tiny yet miraculous creature lives quietly, perfectly blending into the soft coral branches. The blue-ringed octopus is not only a symbol of clever survival, but also a testament to perfection in hunting strategies and camouflage, a creature that has withstood the test of time to thrive in a world full of dangers. The remarkable creativity of the blue-ringed octopus and the mimic octopus conveys a profound message about the diversity and wonder of nature, where each species finds its own way to survive and thrive in a harsh environment. In a rich ecosystem like the Verde Reef, the green-ringed octopus and the mimic octopus are not only formidable creatures, but also great artists of nature, showcasing the strength, agility, and remarkable biodiversity of the marine world. The pygmy seahorse, also known as the Bargibanti seahorse, is perfectly refined, as if it were born from the vivid and dreamy imagination of the ocean. Measuring about 2 centimeters long, this seahorse species is nearly invisible in its habitat. The rough skin is adorned with tiny shimmering beads that precisely reflect the texture of the coral reefs where they reside. This incredible camouflage not only helps the seahorse evade predators, but also creates an astonishing harmony with its surroundings, resembling a vibrant masterpiece painted by nature over millions of years of evolution. The dwarf seahorse has developed a compact body, a unique skeletal structure, and perfect coloration to blend in with the coral reefs. They cling tightly to the coral, rarely moving, using their strong mouths to capture plankton, the seeds of life in the ocean. The habitat of this remarkable organism primarily consists of coral reefs at depths ranging from 5 to 40 meters in the Verde Passage, where these reefs thrive and are celebrated as a center of marine biodiversity, boasting over 300 species of coral and 800 species of reef fish. The seahorse is not only a testament to a rich ecosystem, but also plays a crucial role in maintaining ecological balance by consuming plankton, helping to control their populations and forming an essential link in the ocean food chain. However, the survival of this tiny seahorse species is under serious threat. Coral harvesting, climate change, and ocean pollution are devastating their habitat. According to the IUCN, in 2023, the seahorse is classified as near threatened, indicating the fragility of its existence even in protected waters such as Verde Island. This place is facing many challenges due to unsustainable development. The presence of the seahorse is not only a part of the diverse tapestry of biodiversity, but also a poignant reminder of the vulnerability of marine ecosystem. Protecting this tiny seahorse means preserving an entire ocean world, ensuring that coral reefs like those at Verde Island continue to shine like the Earth's jewels. inspiring and giving hope to future generations. In the crystal-clear waters of Verde Island's coral reef, a mysterious creature glides gracefully through the coral formations, carrying with it the secrets of millions of years of evolution. The cuttlefish. Belonging to the Cepeda order, the cuttlefish is not only a testament to the wonders of nature, but also represents superior intelligence and remarkable adaptability, with the ability to change colors rapidly and employ sophisticated hunting strategies. They deserve to be called one of the finest camouflage artists in the ocean. Existing in a vibrant and complex coral reef ecosystem, the cuttlefish carries a long evolutionary heritage, sharing ancestors with octopuses and squids. Over millions of years, they have evolved into a large-brained invertebrate species, among the most intelligent in the marine animal kingdom. The nautilus has a special cuttlebone skeleton that helps it control its buoyancy, allowing it to adjust its position precisely in the water column, from shallow coral reef areas about 10 feet deep to places where the water is deeper than 200 feet. The ability of the cuttlefish to change its color and body shape is not only a remarkable defense mechanism against predators, but also a sophisticated means of communication among its kind, where every movement and every color change carries a profound meaning. This is a perfect example of the wonderful integration between nature and survival. When hunting, the octopus displays a cunning and effective strategy, approaching its prey silently while concealing its intentions through changes in body color. As they approached close enough, they quickly shot out powerful tentacles, like arrows from the darkness, to capture shrimp, small fish, and crustaceans. And when faced with danger, the ink sac of the cuttlefish becomes a secret weapon, releasing a cloud of black ink that disorients the predator, providing a great opportunity for them to escape. The cunning and intelligence of the octopus not only help it survive, but also play a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the marine ecosystem. They help regulate the populations of smaller species, while also serving as a vital food source for sharks and other large predators. In the complex web of the food chain, the emerald squid plays a crucial role in maintaining the stability and growth of coral reefs, creating a vibrant and interactive picture among species. Please share your thoughts on squid and other amazing creatures in the marine ecosystem. Don't forget to follow the Animal Nature 4K channel to join us in exploring more fascinating journeys and the secrets of the ocean. Together we can protect and preserve these precious natural values for future generations. Like all predators, they seek out the injured, the weak, the young, and the old. Maya's gaze locks onto a buffalo at the rear of the herd. The other lionesses have noticed it too, The animal has a pronounced limp in its foreleg. A strategy for hunting buffalo tested through generations, they surround the target from all sides, using their collective weight and strength to bring it down. The buffalo falls behind the herd, and the hunters begin to tighten their circle. A young lioness makes the first move, approaching from behind. Its horns and hooves are a lethal threat. These great cats must proceed with extreme caution. But she has lost the element of surprise. The others are not yet in position. The buffalo counters. Faced with its immense horns, the lioness must retreat. But the hunt is not yet over. The pride does not pursue it into the swamp. Beneath the vast skies of southern Florida, a silent battle for survival unfolds each day. The blue eyes of a Florida panther track a white-tailed deer. The big cat glides among the mangrove trees like a stealthy phantom, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush its prey. Each step it takes is also a step against the encroachment of urbanization, as today only just over 100 individuals remain in the wild. In the brackish waters, an American alligator moves in silence, but the currents are no longer what they were. Rising sea levels have devastated the areas where they once bred. The Everglades, a land that gives life to an extraordinary biodiversity, is also a battlefield where precious creatures face the most brutal changes of the natural world. Woven with the ancient stories of nature, the Everglades is a place where every creature from the American alligator to the West Indian manatee exists in a slow but vibrant dance. Everglades National Park is one of the most unique ecosystems in the world. Established in 1947, this park protects over 2,300 square miles of land. The Everglades is the largest tropical wilderness in the United States and also the largest wilderness of any kind east of the Mississippi River. Overcoming all challenges, the park was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1979. Its waters, like the arteries of the earth, were recognized by the Ramsar Convention as a wetland of international importance in 1987. The journey of the Everglades begins with an ancient geological story. It is a vast land lying on a bed of Miami limestone formed millions of years ago during the Pleistocene. Tiny marine organisms, corals, shells and plankton died and left behind their sediments like silent pieces, building the skeleton of this land. Unlike most national parks that protect geographic formations, Everglades National Park was created with a single mission: to preserve a fragile ecosystem. It is the most significant breeding ground for tropical wading birds in North America and contains the largest mangrove ecosystem in the Western Hemisphere. The park is home to 36 threatened or protected species, including the Florida panther, the American crocodile, and the West Indian manatee. The Everglades is also a haven for more than 350 species of birds, 300 species of fish, 40 species of mammals, and 50 species of reptiles. The freshwater sloughs and marl prairies, two of the 9 recognized ecosystems in the Everglades, silently weave their own rhythm of life. It all begins with the slow but constant movement of water, the essential element that shapes the identity of this land. In the freshwater sloughs, water flows gently from Lake Okeechobee southward at a rate of only a quarter of a mile per day. From a distance, these waters may seem still, but they are in fact essential arteries that sustain the aquatic ecosystem, nurturing majestic plants like sawgrass, which can grow up to 6 feet tall. Conversely, the marl prairies tell a different story. These grasslands are seasonally flooded. Water seeps through the marl, creating a thin layer of water that lasts only a few months of the year. When the water recedes, periphyton, a mixture of algae and plankton clinging to the limestone, emerges and transforms into a grey sludge, a silent symbol of the approaching dry season. Both of these ecosystems are not just habitats. They also function as true natural reservoirs. They store water during the rainy season and release it gradually during the dry season. Thanks to this, the Everglades maintains its sweet flow and resists saltwater intrusion from the nearby ocean. Each slough, each prairie is an indispensable piece of the puzzle sustaining the lives of countless species. The abundance of fish, amphibians, and young birds in the swamps attracts many species of freshwater turtles and reptiles. Among them, the American alligator, Alligator mississippiensis, plays a crucial role. As a living icon of this ecosystem, the American alligator not only survives, but also maintains the natural balance. The flooded swamps and marl prairies are essential habitats where the American alligator thrives. Although once on the brink of extinction in the 20th century, this species was removed from the endangered species list in 1987. Thanks to active conservation efforts, the American alligator population has increased significantly, being more abundant in the Everglades than anywhere else in Florida. From once being considered a critical patient on the endangered species list, there are now over 1.25 million individuals in Florida alone. Adult male alligators can reach lengths of 13 to 15 feet, while females are smaller, reaching a maximum of 10 feet. However, in southern Florida, both sexes tend to be smaller, with a characteristically broad snout. The female alligator chooses high ground to build her nest, protecting her eggs from the floods that could destroy them in a matter of hours. The nest can be up to 3.5 feet high and is carefully guarded by the mother throughout the 58 to 63-day incubation period. In the early stages of life, the diet of an American alligator consists mainly of insects, small fish, and frogs. As they grow, alligators expand their menu. They hunt larger fish turtles, birds, and even small mammals. They often position themselves on the banks of freshwater sloughs or marl prairies, where they can remain motionless for more than 90% of the time. For larger prey, like the white-tailed deer or wild boar, the alligator uses its famous technique known as the death roll. They spin their bodies over and over, tearing apart and completely unbalancing the prey, leaving it no chance of escape. We have seen the American alligator as an apex predator, but its most crucial role is revealed when the dry season arrives. As the water levels in the swamps recede, alligators use their powerful snouts and tails to dig deep holes known as gator holes. These holes are not just a refuge for the alligator itself. When much of the Everglades dries up, they become the last oases, precious reservoirs of fresh water. Fish turtles, birds, and even mammals all come here to survive the harsh, dry season. In this way, the American alligator unwittingly becomes an ecosystem engineer. It not only hunts to survive, but it also shapes the habitat, becoming an unwilling guardian for dozens of other species. Without these engineers, life in the Everglades would struggle to survive the scorching summer months. Also in these silent waters, the great blue heron spreads its wings like a living symbol of the Everglades ecosystem. Standing up to 4 feet tall with a wingspan of nearly 7 feet, it is the largest heron in North America. The fresh water sloughs, the natural channels where water flows slowly, are its ideal hunting grounds. When the rainy season ends and the marl prairies begin to crack from lack of water, the great blue heron moves to the few remaining wetlands where it patiently waits for its prey. Under the brilliant Everglades sun, the great blue heron stands tall like a motionless statue in the shallow water. Its long legs and waterproof plumage allow it to move easily through the freshwater sloughs and marl prairies without disturbing the environment. When a prey, be it a fish, an amphibian, or even a small mammal, glides by, the great blue heron reacts with a lightning-fast movement, launching its long neck and sharp bill into the water. It can catch its prey in just 1/10 of a second from detection, thanks to its extremely fast reflexes and absolute concentration. Thanks to this precise skill, the success rate of the great blue heron in the freshwater sloughs is between 60 and 70%, according to a 2023 report. Besides its role as a formidable predator, the great blue heron also plays an important part in maintaining ecological balance. By feeding on fish and amphibians, this species helps to control the populations of its prey, preventing an overabundance that could alter the dynamics of the ecosystem. Amidst the arid lands of the Everglades, the Pinelands ecosystem emerges as a vibrant tableau. Although it occupies only 2% of the park's area, this ecosystem is one of the most important, protecting a unique biodiversity. The exposed limestone bedrock and extremely thin soil make the Pinelands a real challenge for life. However, the South Florida/pines rise strongly from the cracks in the rock where water and soil accumulate in small pockets. Amidst the dense pine forests and the arid, rocky terrain of the Pinelands ecosystem in the Everglades, the Florida panther moves with an agile body and a sharp gaze. This cat is one of the top predators in Florida and a unique subspecies of the cougar. The tall pines and the open spaces between them provide ideal hunting grounds where prey is abundant and easily accessible. However, not all areas of the Everglades are suitable for this species. As most of the park is covered by wetlands, the Florida panther population is reduced and mostly confined to higher areas like the Pinelands. The Florida panther is currently on the endangered species list with an estimated population of only 120 to 230 individuals, primarily living in southern Florida. Previously, this species was distributed throughout the southeastern United States, but its current range occupies less than 5% of its original territory. Its primary prey is the white-tailed deer, which makes up 70 to 90% of its diet, thanks to the abundance of this species in the region. With silent steps and lightning speed, the panther approaches its target stealthily and takes it down with powerful pounces and a fatal bite. In the pinelands of the Everglades pineland ecosystem, the presence of the white-tailed deer dictates the rhythm of the entire ecosystem's balance. With over 30 million individuals distributed across the United States, this deer is an important part of the Everglades ecological picture. The white-tailed deer makes up 70 to 90% of the Florida panther's diet, playing a fundamental role in the food chain. A white-tailed deer consumes from 5 to 7 pounds of food per day. Its diet varies with the seasons, consisting mainly of shrubs, leaves, acorns, and sometimes grass. The white-tailed deer has a flexible social structure that changes with the seasons. During the rut, which typically occurs from October to December, males and females live separately and only meet to mate. After the breeding season, males are often solitary or in small groups, while females form groups of 3 to 5 individuals with their young. During the rut, males compete fiercely for the right to breed. Females tend to choose the strongest males with the largest antlers as mates. Antlers are not just an indicator of good health, but also of competitive ability. This process ensures a stronger next generation and a genetically healthy population in the long run. The dense pine forests of the Pinelands stretch across the Everglades. From a distance, a steady tapping sound echoes like the heartbeat of the forest. This is not just a refuge, but also a hunting ground for woodpecker species of the family Pisidae. In the Pinelands, the straight, rough trunks of the pine trees become homes and a source of food for woodpeckers. The red cockaded woodpecker, with its distinctive plumage, forages by drilling into the bark, creating crevices where insects hide. The pileated woodpecker, the largest woodpecker in the region, carves deep holes in the tree trunks, leaving behind unmistakable marks. Meanwhile, the red-bellied woodpecker moves nimbly among the thinner branches, searching for food among the leaves. The Pinelands ecosystem provides not only food, but also essential spaces for woodpeckers to build their nests. The cavities they excavate are not just their breeding grounds, but also become shelters for other animal species. Under the clear skies of the Everglades, the northern mockingbird stands out with its elegant and vibrant appearance. Its silver-gray plumage allows it to blend into the arid landscape of the Pinelands, but whenever it takes flight, its distinctive white wing patches shine brightly. With a wingspan of 12 to 15 inches and a weight of about 1.5 to 2 ounces, this bird has a small but extremely agile body. In the harsh environment of the Pinelands, where sparse vegetation and limestone dominate the ground, the northern mockingbird finds its sustenance through a varied diet. The small insects hidden under the bark and the berries hanging among the branches are its source of energy to survive the harshest dry seasons. The northern mockingbird is known for its incredible ability to mimic the songs of other birds and the sounds of its environment, including car alarms or mobile phone ringtones. It is believed that this ability plays a fundamental role in establishing and defending territory as well as in attracting mates. Males, which can mimic a greater variety of sounds, are often more successful in both defending their territory and attracting females. The mechanism behind this ability is based on the mockingbird's capacity to learn and remember sounds over long periods. Some individuals can mimic up to 200 different sounds, including the songs of at least 35 different species. Beneath the canopy of the pine trees, the common starling often appears like a vibrant flash of light. With its glossy black plumage that shimmers with purple and blue hues in the sunlight, this bird sparkles like a precious gem in nature. The common starling is typically an omnivore. From insects and small invertebrates to young mammals and the nestlings of other species, the starling takes advantage of any available prey. It often forages on the ground, especially in areas with sparse vegetation or open grasslands, where access to resources is easier. This species is known for its competitive behavior, especially during the breeding season. They can put pressure on smaller bird species by taking over their nests and eating their eggs. Also, in the Pinelands ecosystem of the Everglades, the loggerhead shrike stands out as a small but skilled predator. With its strong hooked beak, this bird not only hunts insects and small birds, but also small mammals like mice. What is most characteristic is that the loggerhead shrike uses thorns or sharp twigs to impale its prey, creating a unique image reminiscent of natural coathooks. In the vast expanse of the Everglades, where water flows slowly through endless swamps, the tropical hardwood hammocks appear as unique ecological islands. Only 1 to 3 feet above sea level, these dry lands are steadfast points amidst a sea of grass and seasonal water. Thanks to this elevation, they escape the prolonged floods, creating an ideal refuge for many unique species of flora and fauna. Beneath the canopy is another world. Dense shrubs and impenetrable thickets create a perfect sanctuary for the Florida black bear, the white-tailed deer, and especially the Florida panther. These animals find a sanctuary in the hammocks during the dry season where water is scarce, but shade is plentiful. Seen from the sky, these hammocks look like teardrops scattered amidst the slow flow of water, preserving life amidst the wild nature of the Everglades. Perhaps they are the tears of creation shed to preserve life in this landscape which, though seemingly desolate, is full of hope. Under the shade of the tropical hardwood hammocks, the Florida black bear finds refuge and an abundant source of food. This is a unique subspecies of the American black bear with an estimated population of about 4,000 individuals in Florida in 2023. Only a small fraction of these live in the Everglades. These dense tropical forests provide not only safe havens, but also important mating grounds. The vegetation of the tropical hardwood hammocks provides an abundant food source with broadleaf species like mahogany and southern live oak, creating a rich and stable environment year-round for the Florida black bear. In spring and summer, they search for insects and feed on succulent plants. When autumn arrives, their diet shifts to fruits and nuts, especially from the sable palm and wild olive. Thanks to its omnivorous diet, the Florida black bear plays an essential role in preserving plant diversity. In the ecosystem of the tropical hardwood hammocks, as it moves far from the parent plant, the bear disperses the seeds of more than 20 different species through its scat, thereby promoting the regeneration of the forest. Only in the tropical hardwood hammocks, the gray fox moves through the Everglades with remarkable agility and adaptability. It is the only canid whose natural range includes both North and South America. The gray fox possesses a compact and flexible body, 31 to 44 inches long, including the tail, and weighing 8 to 15 pounds, allowing it to move easily through the dense forests. Its gray coat provides excellent camouflage in the low-light environment where the sun's rays barely penetrate the canopy. As an omnivore, the gray fox consumes a wide variety of food, including insects, small mammals like mice and squirrels, bird eggs, fruits, and edible tropical plants. In the summer, about 40% of its diet consists of insects and small mammals. Conversely, in the fall and winter, fruits and nuts make up to 60% of its food intake. One of the most remarkable features of the gray fox is its impressive tree-climbing ability. Unlike most other canids, it can climb tree branches to escape larger predators like the Florida panther or the red wolf. This skill also allows it to access food sources high above, such as fruits and insects, giving it a significant advantage to survive and thrive in the challenging environment of the Everglades. From late winter to midsummer, the northern cardinal chooses the low bushes in the tropical hardwood hammocks to build its nest in safe places. The northern cardinal has entered its breeding season. The dense layers of canopy in these hammocks provide a perfect refuge, helping them protect their eggs and young from predators and harsh weather conditions. Under the shade of the tropical hardwood hammocks, the northern cardinal shines with its brilliant red plumage. The male, with its distinctive crest and a black mask around its bill, is 8 to 9 inches long and weighs 1.5 to 1.7 ounces. The female, in contrast, has a paler reddish-brown plumage, but with hints of red on her wings, tail, and crest, giving her a subtle elegance. The northern cardinal is not only beautiful, but is also known for its powerful song, especially in the dense forests. As an omnivorous bird, the northern cardinal's diet includes seeds, fruits, and insects. About 70% of its diet consists of seeds and fruits, especially berries. During the breeding season, the northern cardinal increases its consumption of insects to ensure an adequate source of protein to feed its young. During that time, insects make up to 40% of its diet. Thanks to this behavior, the northern cardinal contributed to a 20% reduction in harmful insect populations in 2024, thereby helping to protect the vegetation and maintain the stability of the ecosystem. The dense forests of the tropical hardwood hammocks also provide shelter and ideal nesting sites for the southern bald eagle. In the dense forests of the tropical hardwood hammocks, The southern bald eagle often builds its nest in tall, sturdy trees like oaks and palms. The nests are impressive structures that can weigh hundreds of pounds and are reused for many years, becoming a symbol of resilience in the wild. In the tropical forests of the tropical hardwood hammocks, where lagoons, swamps and streams are interspersed, the southern bald eagle finds the perfect environment for hunting. It is a large bird of prey with a wingspan of 6 to 7.5 feet and a weight of 8 to 14 pounds. As a sea eagle, its diet is primarily based on fish, which makes up 60 to 90% of its food intake. Besides fish, it also hunts birds and small mammals and sometimes does not hesitate to eat carrion. In the darkness of the tropical hardwood hammocks at night, the unmistakable hoot of the barred owl rings out. It is a distinctive sound that many remember as "Who cooks for you, who cooks for you all?" Its call can be heard up to half a mile through the dense forest, marking its territory and serving as a means of communication with its mate. The barred owl is a nocturnal predator with large eyes that allow it to see clearly in the darkness under the dense canopy. Its silent flight, combined with its exceptional vision, allows it to hunt without being detected. As we venture deeper into the Cypress Dome ecosystem, the landscape of the Everglades unfolds like a masterpiece of nature, with cypress forests stretching as far as the eye can see. This is one of the most important wetlands in the region, where the calm, stable water allows the cypress trees to thrive. The dome cypresses grow in clusters, with the tallest trees in the center and smaller ones towards the edges, creating a characteristic dome shape. The tall cypress trees are also nesting sites for many bird species, forming a vibrant ecosystem. At their base, mammals find safe shelter, completing a picture of biodiversity where every creature contributes to the balance of the natural environment. Amidst the vast swamps and slow-moving streams of the Cypress Dome ecosystem in the Everglades, the river otter finds its ideal home. In this environment, the calm waters and dense vegetation form a network of wetlands where these otters can easily hide and hunt without being seen. Under the water's surface, they glide through narrow channels and flooded grasslands in search of food, mainly fish and other aquatic species. River otters are not just solitary creatures. They also form small groups of 2 to 5 individuals cooperating closely in hunting and sharing territory. They often live in family groups consisting of a mother and her young. Using burrows, they dig themselves or take over from other species for shelter. As a semi-aquatic species, the river otter stands out for its excellent dexterity when hunting underwater. Thanks to their agility and flexibility, they pursue fish, crustaceans, and sometimes amphibians. Their whiskers are very sensitive, allowing them to detect movements in the water even when visibility is limited. Although they often hunt alone, they can also cooperate in groups, increasing their success rate by 20%, especially in deeper waters. The river otter plays a crucial role in the ecological balance of the Everglades Cypress Dome ecosystem. According to a 2024 study, otters can reduce the population of small predatory fish in the wetlands by up to 30%, which lessens the pressure on larger fish species. Otters also compete for resources with other large predators like alligators, making them an important component in maintaining the delicate balance of the Cypress Dome ecosystem. In the tranquility of the Cypress Dome ecosystem, the anhinga perches on a branch or rock with its wings spread wide, drying its feathers and regulating its body temperature. With a body that can be up to 35 inches long and a weight of about 2.6 pounds, the anhinga is capable of diving deep to catch fish and other aquatic animals. However, after these dives, its feathers become waterlogged, making it heavier and limiting its ability to fly. Its ability to fly is highly dependent on sunning, which allows it to dry its feathers quickly, especially in the hot and humid climate of the Everglades. The anhinga is a specialized aquatic predator recognized by its long, sharp bill that allows it to spear and catch fish with high precision. Fish make up to 90% of its diet, according to a 2024 study, while the rest consists of amphibians and small crustaceans. Thanks to its webbed feet, the anhinga swims with agility, gliding underwater like a silent spear, using the shadows to approach its prey without being detected. Through its underwater hunting style, the anhinga plays an essential role in regulating fish populations, helping to maintain the balance of the ecosystem. A 2024 study showed that the anhinga can consume up to 50% of the small fish in some freshwater areas of the Everglades, thereby contributing to the ecological stability of the environment. Along the coast of southern Florida, the majestic aerial roots of the red mangrove rise like natural ramparts, blocking the assault of waves and storms. Where the land meets the sea, the mangrove forest stretches out, embracing the coast. This system not only acts as a shield, but also as a natural nursery. In these nutrient-rich brackish waters, the red mangrove with its prominent roots helps to stabilize the soil and prevent coastal erosion. The black mangrove and the white mangrove form different forest layers, each playing an essential role in maintaining the ecosystem. This is also a vibrant territory teeming with biodiversity. Birds, fish and crustaceans gather here, with over 220 species of fish surviving in this unique brackish water environment. The shallow, nutrient-rich waters under the mangrove canopy provide an ideal place for breeding, protecting the young from predatory threats. The delicate balance of the food chain is maintained by these fish species. They act as a food source for birds and mammals, while also regulating the populations of crustaceans and amphibians. Each morning, as the sun illuminates the mangrove, forests, flocks of wading birds spread their wings and fly across the sky, creating scenes full of life. The brackish water ecosystem of the mangrove forest provides them not only with shelter, but also an abundant source of food. Among these birds, the brown pelican stands out with a wide wingspan of 7 to 8 feet and a unique hunting technique. With an average weight of 7 to 11 pounds, it is one of the iconic species of the coastal and mangrove regions. The brown pelican uses a gular pouch under its bill to catch fish, achieving a success rate of up to 60%, especially during seasons with abundant food. In the past, this species was on the brink of extinction due to the use of the pesticide DDT. Thanks to conservation efforts, their numbers have significantly recovered. Another wading bird that stands out in the mangrove ecosystem is the American white ibis, often seen wading in the shallow waters. In ancient Egypt, it was believed that the ibis was the embodiment of the god Thoth, the deity of wisdom and knowledge. Its long, thin, downward curving bill allows it to search for crustaceans hidden under the mud. Unlike many other wading birds, the white ibis feeds primarily on crabs and shrimp. This dietary preference allows it to control the populations of crustaceans, helping to maintain the ecological balance of the mangrove ecosystem. In the mangrove ecosystem of the Everglades, the great egret also stands out as one of the most majestic wading birds due to its elegance and large size. At over 4 feet tall with a wingspan of up to 5 feet, it is one of the largest water birds, second only to the great blue heron. This species employs a unique hunting technique. It walks slowly or stands still, patiently waiting until a fish frog or large insect passes by. With a lightning-fast reflex, in just a few milliseconds, it launches its sharp bill to catch its prey. This skill makes the great egret one of the most effective predators in the mangrove ecosystem. The mangrove ecosystem is now a refuge and feeding ground for one of the rarest and most vulnerable aquatic mammals, the West Indian manatee. This species is particularly vulnerable to boat propellers due to its limited ability to detect low-frequency sounds. Weighing up to 1,200 pounds, these gentle giants spend about 8 hours a day grazing on seagrass and other aquatic vegetation. Their slow and continuous movement contributes to the balance of the ecosystem, consuming up to 100 pounds of vegetation per day. At the intersection of land and sea in the Everglades, The coastal lowlands emerge where natural elements blend perfectly. Here there is no clear boundary between fresh and salt water. Each rainy season brings a flow of fresh water from the north, flooding the swamps and arid lands. The coastal lowlands are a diverse, harsh, yet essential ecosystem. They form a natural rampart, protecting the Everglades from storms. Everything seems to work as if an invisible hand of creation is guiding and arranging every detail with a deep and wonderful wisdom. In the ecosystem of the Everglades coastal lowlands, the woodstock soars over the shallow waters, distinguished by its unique hunting technique. Its long and extremely sensitive bill is a highly effective hunting tool. When stalking prey, it stirs the water with its foot, causing small fish to run straight into its open bill, which acts like a trap. Besides being expert hunters, wood stalks are also considered important ecological indicators, reflecting the health of the wetlands. This species was once listed as federally endangered until June 2014, when its status was changed to threatened. Beneath the blue waters of the coastal lowlands, the bull shark glides slowly. The flooded mangrove forests provide an ideal environment for the young of this species. In these protected waters, they learn to hunt prey such as small fish, squid, and crustaceans. With a length that can reach up to 8 feet and a weight of up to 200 pounds in adulthood, the bull shark is a formidable predator in shallow waters. Under a boundless blue sky where the ocean waves merge with the edge of the swamp, the marine and estuarine ecosystem of the Everglades appears as a world full of contrasts. With an area of over 800 square miles, the seagrass beds stretch out like quiet beds, providing shelter for countless species of marine life. This marine and estuarine ecosystem acts as a solid barrier, protecting the inland areas from the encroachment of the ocean while providing abundant life for the natural world. The waters of the Everglades marine and estuarine ecosystem provide a rich habitat for many fish species of high ecological and commercial value. The bay's sandflats act as ideal fishing grounds for species such as snook, snapper, and spotted sea trout. In addition, the Goliath grouper, one of the ecosystem's largest fish, can weigh over 1,000 pounds and is an essential part of the marine food chain. Not only fish, but also crustaceans such as the stone crab and the Florida spiny lobster have high economic value and help maintain the biodiversity of these brackish waters. The brackish waters and bays of Florida become a stage for the spectacular hunting scenes of the Atlantic bottlenose dolphin. Their muscular bodies and rounded snouts glide gently through the water, often in groups of 10 to 30 individuals, their coordination creating an impressive force. Through subtle sounds like clicks and whistles, they not only communicate with each other, but also organize highly effective hunting strategies. Each adult dolphin can consume from 13 to 20 pounds of fish per day, including species like sardines and anchovies. This behavior not only helps regulate fish populations in the ecosystem, but also highlights the essential role of dolphins in the region's ecological balance. Each year, the coastal waters of the Everglades welcome thousands of migratory birds. This is an indispensable resting place for many flocks after long seasonal flights. Terns, with their slender wings and agile flying ability, are expert hunters on the sea's surface. They dive from heights of 10 to 15 feet, piercing the water's surface like living arrows to catch fish and crustaceans. The presence of these birds not only helps regulate small fish populations, but also plays a crucial role in the coastal food chain. Not only migratory and coastal birds inhabit the marine and estuarine ecosystem of the Everglades. The presence of many unique wading birds is also prominent. As the winter sky begins to change, hundreds of pairs of roseate spoonbills gather on the small islands of Florida Bay, such as Sandy Key and Tern Key. Their nests, built high on the branches, become breeding sanctuaries, while the shallow wetlands of the Everglades are stained a vibrant pink. In the shallow water and mud, these birds use their characteristic long, flat beaks to feed. With a gentle sideways motion, the beak sweeps through the water, detecting small fish, crustaceans, and other invertebrates. About 60% of its diet consists of fish, helping to control the small fish populations in the shallow waters. The Everglades, a vast network of rivers and wetlands where fresh water flows naturally, has been a source of life for countless species of flora and fauna for millennia. However, for over a century, human activities have profoundly altered this landscape. In the early 20th century, canals and dams were built to drain the flooded areas, turning them into fertile agricultural land and areas ready for urban expansion. Today, only about 50% of the original wetland area remains. Southern Florida, with its rapid rate of urbanization, has become a major challenge for conservation. The natural hydrological system of the Everglades depends heavily on the flow of water from Lake Okeechobee. However, water control projects have completely altered this flow. The amount of fresh water reaching the Everglades has been reduced by about 70% compared to the period before human intervention. This change has caused prolonged flooding in some areas and water scarcity in others. This not only affects water quality, but also has a negative impact on the flora and fauna that depend on the freshwater ecosystem. Not only that, but sugarcane cultivation has had a significant environmental impact on the Everglades ecosystem. Chemicals from fertilizers and pesticides flow into the water channels, causing a phenomenon known as eutrophication. This condition occurs when nutrients, especially phosphorus, accumulate excessively in the water, creating conditions for uncontrolled algal growth. As the algae bloom, they consume a large amount of dissolved oxygen, reducing the survival chances of many aquatic species and seagrass beds. The introduction of many exotic species has had negative impacts on the Everglades ecosystem, and the Burmese python is a prime example. This snake, an invasive species not native to Florida, was first discovered in the wild in the Everglades in 1979, and its population has grown rapidly since 2000. Human intervention has also accelerated climate change, shaking the delicate balance of Everglades National Park. Florida, where a large portion of the population lives near the sea, has become the epicenter of the United States in the fight against climate change. Sea level rise is one of the most serious threats to the ecosystem of Everglades National Park. Along the Florida coast, sea levels have risen by 2 to 3 millimeters per year over the past decade, and this figure is expected to continue to rise rapidly in the coming years. If sea levels continue to rise, the freshwater prairies and a large part of the Everglades ecosystem could disappear, causing irreversible consequences. The sudden and prolonged increase in salinity is putting these trees at risk of dying off. According to a study published in 2023, if sea levels rise by 1.5 to 5 feet by the end of this century, about 60% of the mangrove forest area in the Everglades could be permanently inundated. Mangrove forests play a crucial role in carbon sequestration known as blue carbon. The warming of the sea has increased both the frequency and intensity of hurricanes, with Category 4 and 5 storms occurring more frequently. Higher ocean temperatures provide more energy for these storms, increasing their destructive potential. This means that the coastal areas of the Everglades face a high risk of severe flooding, especially in areas like Florida Bay. The threat of climate change to Everglades National Park is a story of a slow-moving yet dramatic crisis. To cope with these negative impacts, many conservation and restoration programs have been implemented. The comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan is a massive conservation project launched in 2000. With an estimated cost of $10.5 billion, the plan includes over 68 sub-projects with the goal of restoring 1,800 square miles of the Everglades ecosystem. One of the key elements of the plan is to restore the flow of fresh water from Lake Okeechobee, which helps maintain fresh water in the wetlands and prevents saltwater intrusion from the sea. Reports from 2023 show that freshwater flow has significantly improved in some areas, providing a healthier habitat for endangered species. Within this plan, the Picayune Strand Restoration Project has become an inspiring story of conservation in the Everglades. In the 1,960 seconds, this area was converted into a residential development, with hundreds of miles of canals and roads built. However, the project failed, leaving behind a severely degraded wetland ecosystem. To remedy the damage, the Picayune Strand Restoration Project was launched in the early 2000s. Over 160 miles of canals were filled, preventing the loss of water to the outside. 3 pump stations were built to regulate water levels. Since then, the ecosystem has begun to recover. Native species such as the American alligator and the roseate spoonbill have gradually returned. These efforts have succeeded in restoring over 85 square miles of wetlands, bringing hope for a vibrant and balanced ecosystem. The conservation of Everglades National Park depends not only on large organizations or governments, but also on each individual. Every action has value, no matter how small. Reducing carbon emissions, limiting the use of fertilizers, or participating in volunteer programs can make a significant impact.
Every breath becomes a hurried prelude to what is to come. And then the decisive moment will explode unstoppable. In the kingdom of the lion, there are laws of respective hierarchy, written in scent and shadow. But there is one line drawn not in dust but in blood, that once crossed can never be undone. There will be no more warnings. This is a battle in earnest. Sekekama's raw power reminds the lionesses that they must choose a side. But Nakati is his own son. This was more than a mere blow. Nakati's challenge has sent a shockwave through the pride. If the king is vulnerable, then his throne can be taken. Nothing will ever be the same again. The Congo rainforest. This is the world's second largest tropical forest, surpassed only by the Amazon. This immense sea of green stretches over 1.4 million square miles, spanning 6 African nations. More than a forest, the Congo is a living, breathing universe, a cradle of biodiversity in constant motion. Beneath a canopy soaring hundreds of feet, thousands of species of plants, insects, birds, reptiles, and mammals coexist, many of which can be found nowhere else on Earth. Woven through the Congo forest like a great artery feeding the heart of Africa is an ancient power. The mighty Congo River, a 2,900-mile lifeline flowing through the continent's heart, is the second longest river in Africa after the Nile, and has the second largest flow on the planet, second only to the Amazon. Its dark, deep waters wind through dense jungles, crossing valleys, plains, and gorges before emptying into the Atlantic Ocean. But it impresses with more than just its scale. The Congo River carries an average of 41,000 cubic meters of water per second, sustaining countless life forms and providing water for millions of people. It is more than a source of water. It is a great natural divide. Its powerful current has bisected the forests for millions of years, creating separate worlds on either bank. It is this separation that has allowed species to evolve along different paths. The most classic example is the divergence between the chimpanzee on the northern bank and the bonobo on the southern. The river not only nurtures, it is the author of unique evolutionary stories. Along its course, the river shapes civilizations. On its banks, vibrant villages and cities like Kisangani, Mbandaka, and Kinshasa have risen dependent on its waters for transport, fishing, and survival. In some stretches, its waters become wild. The Inga Falls, for instance, represent one of the world's greatest hydroelectric potentials. The Congo River is not just a body of water. It is a spiritual entity for many local peoples, its mysteries still unexplored in its deepest reaches. In its ceaseless flow, it sustains the forest and the creatures within, guiding us into the wild heart of Africa. Deep in the forest, amidst the light filtering through the great canopy, a delicate presence is revealed. They are familiar faces and inquisitive eyes. The bonobo, one of our closest living relatives. With approximately 98.7% of our DNA in common, they share astonishing similarities with us. Often confused with chimpanzees, their more famous cousins, bonobos, are profoundly different in their behavior and social structure. While chimpanzees often live in hierarchical groups dominated by males and marked by violent disputes, bonobos have followed a different path. They have forged a society that is peaceful, matriarchal, and highly cooperative. Bonobo groups are led by experienced females, and conflicts rarely escalate to violence. Instead, they resolve tensions with affectionate gestures, embraces, and gentle calls. Standing between 2.5 to 3 feet tall and weighing up to 88 pounds, bonobos are agile, graceful, and exceptionally intelligent. They live in social groups and feed primarily on fruit leaves, seeds, and occasionally small invertebrates. A fascinating and rare behavior among mammals, bonobos voluntarily share their food, even with unrelated individuals. This generous gesture has captured the attention of scientists, and it makes us reflect on the origins of empathy in our own species. The bonobo is one of the most threatened primates on the planet, classified as endangered since 1996. found only in the Congo rainforest. Deforestation is encroaching upon their habitat, while armed conflicts make conservation efforts difficult. Furthermore, illegal hunting remains one of the greatest threats. That is why sanctuaries and protection centers have become true havens of hope. Lola Ya, Bonobo. Further north in Odzala-Kakua National Park, one of Central Africa's oldest and most important protected areas, a predator moves with poise and deliberation. The leopard. Even in the light of day, this great cat maintains its discretion. It knows where to go, when to stop, and how to disappear. With its golden coat punctuated by black rosettes, it camouflages itself among the sun-drenched tree trunks and the deep shadows of the forest. Reaching up to 6 feet in length, not including a tail that can be nearly 3 feet long, the leopard impresses with its combination of strength and agility. Weighing between 66 and 143 pounds with a muscular body and wide paws, it is perfectly built for climbing trees with skill. Its long tail acts as a natural counterweight, providing balance as it moves among the high branches. Odzala is perfect territory for a leopard. The dense forest cloaks it like a mantle, offering shade, silence, and the possibility of camouflage. Here, an ambush predator, the leopard rarely relies on speed. It prefers to wait, calculate, and strike at the precise moment. Besides being a hunting ground, Odzala-Kakua National Park is a crucial refuge for leopard reproduction. The dense forest, winding rivers, and limited human presence provide ideal conditions for females to give birth and raise their cubs in safety. The The gestation period lasts from 90 to 105 days, and birth usually takes place in well-hidden areas within the forest. In the first few weeks, the mother keeps her cubs completely isolated, far from any threat. As they grow, she will teach them their first hunting skills. This adaptability is one of the leopard's greatest virtues, and it all begins with a mother's instruction. In Odzala, the documentation of females with their cubs is a promising sign. It means that despite external challenges, life persists within the sanctuary. Every year in November, as the sun sets over the Congo River, an extraordinary phenomenon begins to take shape. Millions of fruit bats gather on the riverbanks, preparing for one of the most spectacular and least known migrations in the world. Guided by an ancient instinct, these bats leave the depths of the Congo rainforest and fly towards Kasanka National Park in Zambia. This epic journey, spanning over 600 miles, is not just a search for food, but a vital part of the ecosystem. During their migration, the bats feed on wild fruits, dispersing seeds far and wide, helping to regenerate the forest and maintain ecological balance. Their role as seed dispersers is crucial for the health of the Congo rainforest, ensuring that new trees can grow and sustain local biodiversity. When they finally reach Kasanka National Park, the bats transform the night sky into a spectacle of wildlife. Zambia's park becomes the stage for one of the largest mammal concentrations in the world. From October to December, the park witnesses the presence of up to 10 million fruit bats, a natural event that attracts both researchers and nature lovers. In the southwestern corner of Uganda, near the border with the Democratic Republic of Congo, lies the legendary Bwindi impenetrable forest. This dense primeval forest of about 128 square miles is home to an impressive biodiversity almost untouched by time and human impact. Amidst the liana's ancient trees and a near-permanent mist, Bwindi shelters one of Africa's most emblematic species, the mountain gorilla. These magnificent giants carry a surprising gentleness in their gaze. Every gesture and expression speaks of the incredible resilience and subtlety of African wildlife. Mountain gorillas live in family groups, led by a dominant adult male known as a silverback. The silver-gray fur on his back appears when he reaches maturity. This alpha male decides where the group will sleep the rhythm of the day, and if necessary will confront danger. Each group can have between 10 and 30 members. Coexistence is peaceful and their behavior is highly social. The young learn through play, imitating the adults, testing their strength, and developing bonds with their siblings. Meanwhile, the males take on the protection of the group. The diet of these gorillas is essentially vegetarian. They spend most of their day eating leaves, stems, roots, fruits, and occasionally some larvae or ants. Contrary to what many believe, they are not aggressive. They only attack if they feel the group is in danger. Their day passes in a peaceful rhythm. The silverback often sits in a watchful position, his thoughtful gaze following his family, while the females care for the young with incredible tenderness. The young gorillas, with their boundless curiosity, play under the supervision of the entire troop. They wrestle, climb on the backs of the adults, and learn their first lessons about finding food and the complex rules of their society. It is in these everyday moments that the strength and ferocity of human imagination dissolve, giving way to the image of a close-knit family, a complex society based on trust and mutual protection. But Bwindi is not alone in this mission. Nearby in Rwanda is Volcanoes National Park, and in the Democratic Republic of Congo is Virunga National Park, Africa's oldest reserve. These areas act as true natural sanctuaries. There, deforestation is prohibited, hunting is controlled, and human access is restricted and monitored. Furthermore, a portion of tourism revenue is channeled directly into conservation projects and to local communities. This gives people a real reason to protect the gorillas. In recent years, this model has been successful. The mountain gorilla population, which was in decline, is now slowly increasing. Amidst the mist of Bwindi, the mountain gorillas continue to live, as they always have, in family, in silence, among leaves, roots, and shadows. The simple fact that they are still here, alive, strong, and free, is a victory for nature and for those who have chosen to protect it. Still, in Uganda, we continue to discover the wonders of African wildlife. Our next destination is one of the continent's most impressive parks, where the Nile River carves through the land, feeding the forests and meeting an explosion of life. This is Murchison Falls National Park. Here, waterfalls and rapids create riverine forests. They are dense corridors of trees and vines, with shade, humidity and trails covered in roots and wet leaves, the ideal habitat for many species. Here, forest elephants move between the woodlands and the banks of the Victoria Nile, also known as the White Nile. Although enormous, they differ from their savanna cousins, shorter, more compact, with rounder ears and tusks that curve slightly downwards. These elephants consume up to 330 pounds of vegetation a day. They don't just eat, they transform the landscape they pass through. They are the engineers of the ecosystem, the great gardeners of the jungle. As they move, they create paths through the thick vegetation trails that are then used by countless other animals, from small antelopes to even predators. By knocking down small trees and eating leaves, they create sunlit clearings on the forest floor, allowing light-loving plants to grow. This increases the diversity of the flora, providing more food and shelter for other species. Even their dung is a gift to the forest. Each pile is a mobile nursery full of undigested seeds, which helps to disperse and regenerate trees over a vast area. They knock down trees and spread seeds on the damp ground. This behavior changes the environment, allowing new plant species to grow, contributing directly to the regeneration of the forest. Forest elephants live in family groups led by an experienced matriarch. Their gestation period is among the longest in the animal world, about 22 months. At the end of this period, a single calf is born, usually weighing around 220 pounds. Caring for the young is not just the mother's task. In a true support network, aunts, sisters, and even other females in the group participate in the upbringing. It is a natural school where each generation passes on to the next everything they have learned about survival. These elephants live up to 70 years and shape the forests they inhabit. But on the riverbanks, they are not the only giants. In the calm, murky waters where the Nile winds between forests and rocks, a silent presence dominates every stretch of the river, the Nile crocodile. These reptiles have lived here for millions of years. They have survived ice ages, prolonged droughts, and even the impact of humans. Today they continue to thrive along the entire Nile. At over 16 feet long and weighing up to half a ton, the Nile crocodile is one of Africa's largest predators. Their hunting strategy is a lesson in deadly patience. They can lie as still as a rotten log for hours with only their eyes and nostrils above the water, waiting for unsuspecting prey. When the moment comes, the stillness erupts into a brutal attack. With a lightning-fast bite and unparalleled jaw strength, they drag their prey into the water. Their famous death roll, a technique where the crocodile clamps down on its prey and violently spins its body, ensures no animal can escape. It is a primal display of power and adaptation perfected over millions of years. Their prey is varied fish, birds, rodents, antelopes, and even carrion. Anything that moves or doesn't can become a meal. They are opportunistic, adaptable, and voracious predators. With a lifespan that can exceed 80 years, they are the true elders of the river. But not everything here is a giant. Among the low branches and riverside thickets, the rulers of the landscape are the vervet monkeys, small, intelligent, and full of personality. With their dark, expressive faces, almost entirely black, framed by a halo of grey-white fur, they are easily recognizable. They prefer to move in the treetops, leaping from branch to branch with agility, but they also frequently descend to the ground to search for fallen fruits, seeds, insects, and even small bird eggs. Vervet mothers are careful and dedicated, carrying their young with them in the early days, feeding and protecting them with great care. They They live in noisy groups with a clear hierarchy and a rich communication system of sounds, postures, and gazes. They are not the biggest nor the strongest, but where there is forest and water, they are present. With their agile leaps, intelligent eyes, and bold demeanor, vervet monkeys bring lightness, vitality, and movement to the heart of the African jungle. But for many, the true hidden treasure of Murchison lives in the swamps, almost invisible, almost mythical. There, among the reeds and aquatic plants, is the shoebill. A rare, prehistoric-looking bird standing up to 5 feet tall. Its wide, flat beak looks like a wooden shoe, a perfect tool for catching fish and frogs. Today, it is believed that fewer than 5,000 individuals remain in the wild. Their presence is so discreet that each sighting is considered a real event. It is a symbol of the beauty and mystery that Africa exudes. To see an animal like this, even from a distance, is a unique experience, one of those that remind us that African nature still holds undiscovered secrets. At first glance, Murchison impresses with the power of its water. But with a closer look, one realizes that it is not just the river that makes this place special. Its incredible Murchison Falls. It is in this balance between power and subtlety that the forest reveals its true essence. The mountains of Ethiopia rise like true natural fortresses, with abrupt slopes, deep valleys carved by the Great Rift Valley, high-altitude forests and vast plateaus, almost always shrouded in mist. At first glance, this landscape might seem arid or harsh, but with a closer look you discover that among the rocks and cliffs, one of Africa's most unique forests is thriving. A vertical forest, cold, silent, and full of life. The majestic Simeon Mountains, known as the Roof of Africa, form a unique ecosystem where altitude imposes harsh challenges for survival and shapes some of the continent's most extraordinary life forms. With its thick fur, dark face, and an unmistakable red patch on its chest, the Gelada baboon is endemic to the Ethiopian highlands and is one of the most emblematic animals of these mountains. They are a primate that has adapted to live at altitudes between 6,500 and 14,700 feet. The males stand out with their majestic manes and a red, hourglass-shaped patch on their chests, a mark that intensifies during the mating season, reflecting their vitality and social status within the group. Unlike other primates, Geladas are primarily grass eaters. This specialized diet distinguishes them from other primates and is a unique adaptation to life in the mountains. An adult baboon can spend more than 70% of its day grazing, traveling long distances in search of grassy areas. But the real strength of the Gelada lies in its social life. They form one of the most complex societies among primates, living in large groups that can number up to 500 individuals. They have an impressive vocal repertoire, with over 30 different types of calls used to keep the group cohesive or to repel intruders. Here are the guardians of the Simeon Mountains. They remind us of the extraordinary resilience of Ethiopian wildlife and the importance of conserving this icon of balance and adaptation. Just as the Gelada baboon dominates the steep slopes above them, another master of the heights reigns supreme. The bearded vulture, a true guardian of the skies, complements the ecosystem of the Simeon Mountains with its majestic presence and its unique role in the food chain. The orange color of the bearded vulture's plumage is not natural. It comes from the iron oxide-rich soil in which it bathes to mark its territory and show dominance. This rare and fascinating behavior distinguishes it from other birds of prey. With a wingspan of up to 10 feet, the bearded vulture is perfectly adapted to soar in the mountain air currents. Just as the Gelada baboon is essential for the balance of the plains, the bearded vulture plays a crucial role in the mountain ecosystem. By consuming bones and leftovers that other predators cannot utilize, it acts as a natural cleaner. "600 miles from the Simeon Mountains, in the heart of Ethiopia, lies the Bale Mountains National Park. In this high-altitude sanctuary, we find another remarkable species. These Ethiopian wolves are one of the rarest predators in the world. They live at an altitude of 10,000 feet above sea level, where winter temperatures frequently drop below freezing. The Ethiopian wolf has a slender and elegant appearance, perfectly adapted to life at high altitudes. Although similar in size to a coyote, this predator specializes in hunting small rodents which make up over 90% of its diet. They have evolved uniquely, perfectly adapted to their mountain habitat. Their keen hearing is fundamental for detecting the movement of rodents under the dense vegetation. With about 500 individuals remaining in the wild, these animals are extremely rare and unique. They can only be found in the Bale Mountains National Park, where their population is relatively protected and has shown signs of a gradual increase. Our final stop emerges in a setting that at first glance does not seem to belong to Africa. At the foot of one of the planet's most iconic mountains, Mount Kilimanjaro, this territory is part of the Kilimanjaro National Park, a protected area of about 650 square miles recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Many crystal-clear rivers flow down from above, fed by the forest's humidity and melting ice from the summit. They form a crucial water network for the region, supplying not only the local flora and fauna, but also many human communities. Among the watercourses, one of the highlights is the Mataruni waterfall, an impressive cascade hidden amidst dense vegetation over 230 feet high. This forest is home to a rich biodiversity, hosting primates, antelopes, chameleons, birds, and countless species of insects and amphibians. And in this humid and enchanting environment, we find one of Africa's most beautiful monkeys, the colobus monkey. With its black and white fur, silky appearance, long tail, and serene expression, the colobus monkey is a captivating presence among the high branches. They live in large groups, often of more than 15 individuals, always in harmony. The mothers care for their young with extreme tenderness, and it is common to see the infants being carried by other females in the group in a true system of communal care. Unlike other primates, they lack an opposable thumb which gives them a unique hand shape, adapted for long leaps and agile movements through the treetops. Silent and discreet, the colobus monkey rarely descends to the ground. They spend most of their lives among the branches, enjoying the safety of the heights. We have journeyed through the heart of the African continent, guided by the rustle of leaves, the tracks of animals, and the mysteries hidden in the shadows of these great trees. From the deep forests of the Congo to the misty peaks of Ethiopia, and finally to the lush green slopes of Kilimanjaro. What we have seen is not just beautiful, it is essential. These forests regulate the climate, shelter unique species, and have sustained human communities for thousands of years. To capture these images and to tell these stories is also an act of resistance. It is a reminder that wild, authentic life still exists in the world, and that Africa, with its lush, ancient forests, still holds secrets worth protecting. Power is measured not only in muscle, but in patience, cunning, and the ultimate sacrifice. Here, sovereignty is decided by fang and claw, and territory is defended by roars that echo across the plains. The victor wins its meal, but in this world, nothing is ever wasted. This is not just a story of the hunt, but an epic of life itself, harsh, brutal, yet magnificent. Africa, a land of sun, of wind, and of a profound silence filled with the sounds of beings that were here long before us. This is a world where life and death are not enemies, but two faces of one great turning wheel. As dawn breaks, the savanna is set ablaze with gold. Sunlight streams across the plains where an elephant moves silently through the tall grass. In the shade of an acacia, a pride of lions is deep in sleep, the masters of this domain. They are in no hurry, for they know there is no room here for a wasted movement. Wildebeest, like an endless river, flow towards the horizon. The sharp horns of a kudu tear through the air, while in the tall grass a cheetah lies concealed. There is a river here that begins its journey with a promise it cannot keep. The Okavango, a river born to seek the ocean but destined instead to breathe life into the heart of a desert, creating a paradise in a place it should not exist. It fans out into 1,000 channels amidst forests and swamps, as if nature has crafted its own paradise right here. Above the water, an African fish eagle soars. Its cry is the anthem of this land, the call of freedom. And as night descends, other sounds begin to rise. Against the star-dusted African sky, the chilling laughter of a hyena rings out. Botswana is more than a country. It is the wild, living soul of Africa. Here you understand what true freedom is. The warm African sun touches the tall grass. Every muscle in the mother impala's body is strung taut. Her ears pricked swivel to catch the slightest sound, and her nostrils flare reading the messages carried on the wind. Beside her, a newborn calf takes its very first steps. Its still damp coat glistens in the sunlight. For the calf, its mother's body is the only fortress between it and a strange new world. She is warmth, protection, and tenderness in the heart of the wild. She waits patiently while her little one learns the feel of the earth beneath its feet. In just a few days, its muscles strengthened, It will delight in its first real run. A lioness pressed low to the ground is motionless amongst the sparse bushes. Her eyes are fixed on the small form of the impala calf. Her body is coiled like a spring. She is waiting, a moment when the entire world seems to shrink to a single target. In a decisive instant, the mother impala becomes the decoy. She suddenly bolts in a different direction, a calculated act of sacrifice to draw the predator's attention from her vulnerable child. The mother's desperate gamble pays off. For a split second, the lioness is distracted, and that is all the time the herd needs. The hunt is over before it truly began. For this calf today, life goes on. But the hunter's gaze is already scanning the horizon. Her own cubs are waiting, and her hunger will not be so easily denied. The harsh sun casts short shadows on the banks of the Okavango. This is a time for the land's oldest and wisest inhabitants. A herd of elephants appears. The matriarchs, the leaders of the clan, are the first to the water's edge. They carefully use their trunks to siphon gallons of water and drink their fill. Among them is a young calf. Its skin is still wrinkled, its trunk still clumsy. It tries to mimic its mother's movements. No one dares to disturb the elephants. They are the masters of this land, the keepers of generational memory. Suddenly, the calf, mesmerized by the sparkling light on the water, slaps its trunk down, sending droplets flying. Its childhood is carefree in the heart of Africa. The elephants finish drinking. The oldest female, the matriarch of the herd, slowly leads the group forward. They must cross the Congo River. The adults enter the water first. Their massive bodies float with ease. Soon only their heads can be seen bobbing in the current. But left behind, a small figure hesitates at the river's edge. It backs away again and again, its wide eyes staring into the seemingly endless deep water. To him, this is not a river, it is an ocean. But his mother, already far out, stops and turns. A low, gentle rumble urges him forward. Two other adult females are right beside him, forming a natural barrier, preventing the current from sweeping the little one away. He realizes he is swimming almost without effort. With its trunk held aloft like a snorkel, it paddles furiously, buoyed by the silent, immense presence of its mother. And then, solid ground. He has crossed the great river. A lesson in courage has been learned, though he does not know it yet. For now, there is only the comfort of his mother's side and the sweet taste of victory. It just happily shakes its trunk and nuzzles its mother, as if to ask, was that all there was to it? The sun climbs higher. A few of the adult elephants are in no hurry to leave the cool river. They submerge themselves deeper, letting the gentle waves wash over their backs. Their supple trunks entwine, sending water splashing high. This is not a threat, but something akin to laughter. A deep, resonant sound, but one full of joy. One elephant dives deep, leaving only the tip of its trunk above the water like a periscope. Then it bursts up, suddenly showering hundreds of diamond-like droplets. Though they are grown giants bearing the scars of past battles, now they are just carefree children of the river. Even after a water play, the hot wind quickly dries the elephant's skin, but they have a way of saving themselves from the heat and the harsh sun. But they have a way of saving themselves from the heat and the harsh sun. Ahead lies a large mud wallow, a true gift of nature. The adults use their trunks to scoop up mud and spray it over their backs, creating a natural protective layer. One female lies on her side and drops into the mud with a great splash. Others follow. Some roll over, others flip onto their backs, happily waving their legs. The little calf hesitates at first, but curiosity wins. It takes a step, and its soft feet sink into the warm mud. Soon it is rolling around like a ball, using its tiny trunk to fling mud into the air. Its eyes shine with delight. The adults watch the little one with a gentle indulgence. The game continues until the entire herd is caked in a dark layer of mud. Now they are protected from the heat and insects. But the fun does not last forever. On the savannah, peace can be shattered in an instant. The herd, content after their mud bath, slowly moves on. The calf trots beside its mother, occasionally touching her leg with its trunk as if to check she is still there. Suddenly feeling thirsty, it presses against its mother's belly and begins to nurse. The female pauses for a moment, patiently allowing her child to be satisfied. The river belongs to all. As the giants slowly depart, yielding the space, another force just as numerous and powerful approaches. From a distance, a cloud of dust rises, heralding the arrival of a herd of Cape buffalo. They move as a dense living wave. They are heading for the river where just minutes before the elephants were playing. The elephant herd pauses, observing the newcomers. The lead elephant, an experienced matriarch, signals for the herd to move on. Their heavy, confident steps carry them deeper into the savannah. The buffalo, paying no mind to the elephants, approach the riverbank. Thirst drives them on. The first ones have already lowered their heads to the river, drinking noisily. After quenching their thirst, the herd lies down to rest. One of the buffalo seems to have fallen into a deep sleep. Just then, a tiny guardian descends from the sky, a red-billed oxpecker. It lands on the buffalo's head and looks around carefully. Its beak works tirelessly removing parasites. The buffalo just twitches its ear out of habit. This is a service that benefits it. The Congo River flows silently. The hippos, almost completely submerged, look like huge dark rocks. In the bush, lion cubs lie in the shade watching the movements of the hippos. Their amber eyes sparkle with curiosity. One of the cubs, tired of watching, stretches out on the hot sand and closes its eyes. Another remains vigilant, gazing into the distance, studying the world that will one day become its hunting ground. The lioness dozing nearby seems calm, but her ears twitch at every rustle. Even in sleep, her duty to protect her cubs never ceases. On the other side of the river, a different scene is unfolding. Lionesses are hunched over their prey. Their powerful jaws work tirelessly, tearing at the flesh. This is their reward after a long hunt. Each one hurries to eat its fill before the males or hyenas arrive. Here, the law of strength and skill is on their side. They have earned this victory, and on the savannah that is the only justice that counts. One life ends so that others may continue. And in this great cycle, nothing is squandered. The death of one is the beginning of a feast. There is no regret, no compassion, only the unending cycle of life and death. The carcass of a buffalo lies motionless. A committee of vultures has gathered. They know that nature never wastes a thing. A few vultures have already spread their wings, jockeying for a position near the tattered remains. One uses its sharp beak to probe deeper, tearing through the tough hide. One of the vultures, without a moment's hesitation, plunges its bald head straight into the dead buffalo's mouth. Its hard beak skillfully seeks out the soft tissues within. It feels no disgust or fear. This is its role in the great cycle of life. Whoever falls becomes food for others. The water of the Okavango froths around the heavy bodies of crocodiles. Their massive jaws are locked onto the carcass, which spins helplessly in the water. One of the predators rips off a piece of flesh and begins to spin violently on its axis, a technique known as the death roll to tear its prey apart. A mother baboon walks leisurely, while her infant clings to her belly, trustfully observing the world with wide, innocent eyes. Its tiny fingers grip the thick fur while a young relative follows behind. It tries not to fall behind to feel the warmth of the family. Another baby baboon clutches its mother's fur, hiding its small face in her warm embrace. Its large eyes are full of wonder and curiosity. Here in its mother's arms, the world seems safe. In a world where survival is a daily struggle, such moments of tenderness are the most precious gift. By the riverbank, a baboon stoops to drink. It is wary, knowing the river holds its own secrets, and that a predator could appear at any moment. Meanwhile, another female, sitting among the rocks, tenderly grooms her young. Her hands move with confidence and care, nurturing the future of the troop. Nearby, young baboons perform a morning ritual. They carefully pick lice from one another. This is not just hygiene, it is bonding, friendship, and support. These social bonds are the very threads that ensure survival. But even the strongest threads cannot defy the laws of time. In the savanna bush, an old skeleton stands as a silent reminder of the cycle of life. First, a vulture approaches. But it is not the only scavenger. A pair of black-backed jackals emerges from the thicket. The vulture immediately yields its position. The jackal sniffs carefully, then takes a tentative bite. The skeleton rattles, slightly startling it. But in truth, there is little left here to eat. The day on the savannah fades. The air, once hot, is gradually filled with the coolness of night. The Congo River carries with it the stories of the day that has passed. Its surface glitters with the reflection of the stars. The savannah at night is not silent. And as one day ends, another awaits its moment hidden in the darkness. It is the whisper of the grass, the mating calls of insects, and somewhere in the distance, a majestic roar affirming territory. Life goes on intense and mysterious under the velvet. Muscles draw taut like a bowstring waiting for the lethal release. Every gust of wind carries the scent of danger and hot blood. Here, a single misstep can cost everything. And as the sun sinks, the air still hums with the echoes of an unfinished battle. On the sun-scorched savannah, a lone buffalo grazes, utterly oblivious that its destiny is being sealed from a distance. Concealed by the ochre grass, a pride of lionesses tracks its every motion with infinite patience. Every gaze is fixed. They are waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, the air itself seems to hold its breath. A silent shuffle of paws. And then the signal is given. The pride erupts, transforming the landscape into a maelstrom of dust and claws. Confronting a Cape buffalo is a task not for the faint-hearted. To bring down such a behemoth, each member of the pride must play its part to perfection. One lioness dares to breach the gap first, Naira, the seasoned huntress who never shies from the crucible of the hunt. Yet even she knows this is not a battle to be fought alone. She needs Shadow, the pride's lone male and her once trusted ally. But as the critical moment arrives, Shadow falters. He holds back, leaving Naira to face the dagger-like horns alone. The buffalo retaliates with savage force, tossing the huntress to the earth. In an instant, the hunter has become the hunted. Naira scrambles to escape, but Shadow is nowhere to be seen. But it is a fleeting victory. Alone, the buffalo cannot hope to withstand the entire pride. As Naira recovers, the lions regroup and tighten their siege. This time there is no escape, and the scales of fate tip decisively in favor of the predators. As the sun climbs higher, painting the savanna in hues of orange and gold, a great dark mass begins to move. It is the herd of African buffalo giants that together form a living wall of muscle and horn. The powerful buffaloes can measure nearly 10 feet in length, while the females, though lighter, are no less formidable. At the heart of the herd, new life is sheltered. Calves only a few months old walk on unsteady legs encircled by a protective ring of mothers and other females. In this vast, shifting society, power is not seized by brute force. It is shaped by the passing of the seasons. Leadership is a mantle of wisdom worn by the most experienced of the lead females. She is the matriarch. Her horns, worn by a lifetime of trials, are not merely weapons, but a crown of experience. For etched into her mind is an unseen map, a chart of ancient riverbeds now turned to dust, and of secret subterranean waters that whisper only to her bloodline. Every step she takes is a calculation, a decision weighed against the ghosts of past droughts and the echoes of lost calves. She is the memory, the guide, the living history of the herd, and her burden is the survival of all. On the restless fringes of the herd, the mature buffaloes form a living rampart. But not all eyes are turned outward searching for danger. Here, another kind of power is stirring. He is a challenger. His horns, still dark and razor-sharp, have not yet known the dry crack of a true contest for dominance. His gaze is fixed not on the horizon but inward, toward the established buffaloes. He is ambition personified, a storm of muscle and testosterone waiting for his moment to break. In his young eyes, the scars of the old buffaloes are not badges of honor, but signs of weakness. Their temper is unpredictable, and to encounter a lone buffalo is to face an impending storm. These wanderers are scarred and battle-worn, with chipped horns and a wary gaze. Disputes for status among the buffaloes can erupt without warning, turning silence into a confrontation of raw power. The herd continues its journey. The sound of hooves, of heavy breathing, and the rasp of thick hide against hide creates a symphony of survival. And at the very heart of this world of giants, protected from ambitious rivals and predators alike, is the smallest life. To this newborn, the world is a forest of moving legs. Its mother's scent is its only compass, her soft lowing its only law. Its life depends not on its own strength, which is non-existent, but on the unbreakable bond with its mother and on the living fortress of the herd. It is the future, a fragile promise on unsteady feet. And for it, every dawn is a victory. As the heat intensifies, the herd's pace slows. They know a rest under the shade of acacia trees is near, but vigilance is never abandoned. Though social creatures, buffalo maintain a complex and not always peaceful hierarchy. Two giants, each nearly 2,200 pounds of muscle and grievance, stand face to face. Two giants, each nearly a ton of muscle and grievance, stand face to face. There is no roar, no threat. Only the deafening silence of imminent violence. And then the earth itself seems to shatter. The colossal horns meet with a dry crack that echoes across the plain. The thick boss of horn where they fuse across the forehead acts as a natural shield protecting them from the thunderous blows. These battles are rarely fatal, but the victor reinforces his position while the loser must quietly retreat. This is the unwritten law of the savanna, ensuring that only the strongest buffaloes maintain the social order and pass on their genes. Meanwhile, the rest of the herd remains unperturbed. Bold oxpeckers perch on the buffaloes' backs, picking off parasites in a mutually beneficial arrangement. As the sun reaches its zenith, the herd seeks out the sparse shade of the acacia trees to rest. Even now, their eyes remain watchful, and their ears swivel, catching every suspicious sound. The afternoon wears on and the heat forces the herd to move again. The herd's organization is a masterpiece of survival strategy. They travel in a long, tight column with the young protected in the middle and the buffaloes forming a living barrier on either side. For the African buffalo, water is both a source of life and a place of immense danger. Many rivers are the domain of Nile crocodiles. As the herd approaches the riverbank, the experienced ones go first to test the way. They scent the air, watching the water's surface for any suspicious ripple. But caution is not always enough. From the murky stillness, an ancient reptile erupts in a blast of violence. jaws clamp down on innocence. But the herd's reaction is not to flee. It is fury. A wall of horn and muscle turns on the attacker, a living fortress united with a single purpose to reclaim their future. This willingness to defend their own is one of the buffalo's most potent weapons. Unlike many other species, they rarely abandon a member of the herd. When one is attacked, the herd's response is almost always to confront, not to flee. It is this trait that makes even lions think twice before attacking. However, during the long migrations of the dry season, the old weak or injured may be left behind. The survival needs of the herd must sometimes override any single bond. As night falls, the savanna's most cunning predators begin to stir. Lions, masters of the ambush, know that to bring down a buffalo requires strategy, not just strength. When danger is detected, the buffalo quickly form a defensive circle with their horns facing outward, creating a living fortress. Dawn reveals a depleted landscape. The dry season is at its peak, and the migration in search of water and food becomes a test of endurance. The young struggle to keep pace with the herd, while the old, their bodies scarred, begin to lag. But the herd does not stop. The collective memory of the lead females is the invisible map that guides them. They remember where water was found in years past, a legacy of survival passed from one generation to the next. Even in the face of adversity, the buffalo persist. Their robust bodies are capable of storing energy, and their metabolism is tuned to withstand periods of scarcity. With heavy steps and determined eyes, the herd pushes forward. Because for the African buffalo, to stop is to die. To move forward is the only path to life. Beyond their physical power, African buffalo possess one of the keenest minds among herbivores. Their memory is a formidable tool for survival. They can remember places of danger and are even believed to be capable of ambushing hunters who have previously wounded them. It is this behavior that has earned them their reputation for being unpredictable and dangerous. Communication within the herd is also a testament to their intelligence. Low, almost whispered sounds signal the direction of movement, while sharp snorts serve as a warning of danger. As the seasons change, they adjust their routines. They prioritize grazing during the cooler hours of the day to conserve energy and congregate in areas with remaining water sources. In the vastness of Africa, the buffalo is not just a survivor, but a master in the art of confronting adversity with intelligence and solidarity. Under the twilight sky, the buffalo herd moves like a living river of strength and will. Their greatest weapon is their collective spirit, the ability to protect one another and adapt in a world where only the strong and the wise can endure. This is more than a giant of muscle and horn. And so they walk on a river of life carved through a timeless land. They are more than just muscle and horn. They are a living testament to a simple, brutal truth that to survive you must stand together. And in the quiet gaze of a lone buffalo, one sees a reflection of Africa itself, wild, indomitable, and eternal. Nature reserves, it seems, are never dull. Yet the most celebrated locations often leave the deepest impression. We find ourselves now in one such place. This is the Chobe National Park in Botswana, a place of unique significance, situated near the confluence of four nations: Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Namibia. It is truly one of Southern Africa's finest sanctuaries. The park lies beside the vast and picturesque Chobe River, from which it draws its name. Spanning over 4,500 square miles, it is the nation's third largest park. Botswana is renowned for some of the world's most stringent conservation laws enforced by vigilant patrols that guard these protected territories. Each year, hundreds of thousands of visitors journey from across the globe to witness its breathtaking landscapes and so much more. The park is, of course, home to a thrilling abundance of animals and birds. Visitors can venture deep into the park by vehicle or by boat for a chance to encounter them. Yet even within the grounds of a lodge, an unusual guest might well pay a visit. It is not only the human visitors who feel at ease here, but the local residents too, both great and small. A young hippo. Calves remain exceptionally close to their mothers for a very long time. A waterbuck grazing peacefully. This animal has a simple and effective strategy for deterring predators. It keeps to the shallows where its enemies are often reluctant to follow. For the masters of the savannah, the day is not a time for action, but for a profound and strategic stillness. Every slumbering sinew conserves the explosive energy required for the coming hunt. These predators typically become active only as dusk descends. Their hunt begins at sunset and continues until dawn. At first glance, it may seem that securing a meal is no great challenge for the kings of the savannah. In truth, however, only 1 in 5 of their hunting attempts will end in success. So when the opportunity arises, a lion can consume up to 66 pounds of meat in a single sitting. It doesn't even chew thoroughly, but swallows great chunks whole. If there isn't enough to go around, the hunter might eat only 11 to 15 pounds. It's worth remembering that a pride, the term for a group of lions, can number up to 40 individuals. To secure the necessary amount of meat, they must exert a tremendous effort. It is why lions often appear so weary and are so frequently at rest. They can spend up to 20 hours a day doing just this. The Nile crocodile, a colossal reptile. Its weight can range from 500 to 1100 pounds, and its length from 11 to 20 feet. There are individuals, however, usually males, that can weigh as much as a ton. This predator is not merely resting, it is waiting. Crocodiles are such patient hunters that they can lie motionless awaiting a future victim for hours or even days. They may lurk somewhere near the bank, typically no more than 160 feet from the water's edge, or they can remain submerged, lying in wait until prey comes to them to drink, for instance. When the prey is close enough, the crocodile strikes and then tears it apart. These reptiles, incidentally, were contemporaries of the dinosaurs. Their ability to survive for long periods without food and to remain underwater gave them the means to endure circumstances in which other species perished. A crocodile possesses between 64 and 68 exceptionally sharp teeth. Furthermore, if a tooth is broken, a new one will eventually grow in its place. Here, evolution has engineered the ultimate weapon. A force of finality delivered in a single shattering moment. To be caught in these jaws is to understand the absolute inescapable power of the river's ancient king. A wire-tailed swallow perched on a branch. Most likely it is about to take flight to hunt. It feeds on insects, mainly flies, which it catches on the wing. This graceful bird measures only about 5.5 inches. The male looks very much like the female, although his tail streamers are longer. An oxpecker never misses an opportunity, however small, to alight on a hippo's back. African openbills can be found near bodies of water. They are busy feeding on freshwater mollusks, the mainstay of their diet. This is a true paradise for hippos. They live in small groups of about 20 to 30 individuals. Such an animal can weigh from 1 to 4.5 tons. Elephants always move together, whether to feed or to drink. Such a community might number 10 to 20 individuals. However, there are also herds of up to 70 or 100 elephants. It is very difficult to confront even a single elephant when such great support is alongside in the most literal sense. The predators know this well. Hidden among the adults are the smallest members of the herd. They will only reach reproductive age at around 10 years old. At about 2 years of age, the young elephants will leave their mothers and join their peers. The entire herd, however, continues to care for them. An elephant needs about 26 gallons of water a day, or even more, depending on its size. Crocodiles, strangely enough, are quite social creatures, but they are not attached to their group. The large old males live mostly solitary lives. An average group of crocodiles might have 10 to 12 individuals. They often unite to search for food. 70% of these predators' diet is fish. In principle, however, they can eat any animal, including humans. Sadly, in recent years there has been a trend of crocodiles viewing people as potential prey. The number of victims ranges around 300 people per year. About 65% of these cases are fatal. Crocodiles have a rather interesting hunting tactic. For example, they can form a semicircle along a river, blocking the path of a school of fish, making them easier to catch. Within these animal groups, there is a very clear hierarchy based on the age and size of the individuals. The older and larger males are dominant. A violation of the hierarchy can lead to a rather aggressive confrontation, which may even end in death for one of the violators. Sometimes a crocodile flips onto its back. This is a signature technique unique to this reptile. Zoologists conventionally call it the death roll. Its essence is that the crocodile uses it to tear its prey into smaller pieces. Contrary to popular belief, they do not even chew their food, but tear and swallow it. By rotating its body, a crocodile can easily tear off a piece of its kill after having clamped down on the victim with its sharp teeth. The African openbill, in addition to snails, will also readily eat frogs, shrimp worms, and small fish. When food is scarce, they may even eat large insects. They search for their prey by strolling slowly along the water's edge. A juvenile malachite kingfisher. Young birds have black bills, whereas adults have bright red ones. The Goliath heron is a very patient bird that can wait a long time for its prey. The African buffalo does not stray more than 9 miles from a water source. In one go, an animal can drink 8 to 9 gallons of water. It is also an excellent swimmer. Crocodiles hunt both in the water and on land. In the first case, they can hold their breath for several hours. The entire skin of a crocodile is covered in small black spots. These are pressure receptors. They allow it to register the slightest movements in the water and thus react to the appearance of potential prey within reach. The impala is one of the most numerous antelope species on the African continent. Their numbers outside of protected areas have never significantly declined, even though they have always been a coveted prize for many predators. This is a herd of females, as they have no horns. That feature belongs only to the males. The number of individuals in such a herd can be 15 or it can be up to 100. Along with the females are the young. They usually give birth in their second year of life. Living in a herd is the safest option for impalas. It allows them to detect a predator more quickly and to scatter in a way that disorients it. The lioness is much smaller than the male lion. Females of this species can weigh from 275 to 400 pounds, while males weigh between 330 and 570 pounds. Lionesses, however, are far more agile and tend to work as a team. Consequently, they are responsible for 90% of the pride's hunts. The females are also responsible for the young. Now they are resting in an open space. These predators usually hunt from an ambush. The white-fronted bee-eater loves to hunt bees. Although this bird essentially eats any insect it can catch in flight. And then a flash of incandescent red against the canvas of green. A living ember, the red-billed firefinch seems to set the very air alight with its presence. This is a male of the species. The female is a grayish-brown. True, they are not as colorful, but they have no need for it. Such beautiful plumage is necessary for the males to attract a mate during the breeding season. They do this not only with their brilliant colors. The male takes a branch, a blade of grass, or a feather in his beak. They begin to dance before the female they wish to impress, and even sing while doing so. The weight of such a tiny creature is only between 1/4 and 1/2 ounce. This bird has as many as 6 subspecies. It feeds on the seeds of various grasses, berries, and small insects. A giant kingfisher rests on a branch. This is one of the largest birds in its family, with a length that can reach 18 inches. It can be found on the banks of water bodies. There it searches for fish, amphibians, and the crabs it so loves to eat. The malachite kingfisher is a beautiful and unusual little bird, measuring about 5.5 inches. Scientists have identified 5 subspecies of this bird. It feeds on small fish, aquatic insects, and small crustaceans. The African darter is a beautiful and rather large bird. Its length ranges from 33 to 35 inches. And here is the colorful lilac-breasted roller. It weighs only about 3.5 ounces. Besides insects, it also eats lizards, scorpions, small rodents, and even other birds. The lion's hunt for a buffalo calf has begun. Despite their formidable appearance, lions prefer weak and small prey which is easier to catch. However, they never risk approaching a full herd. Even herbivores can easily trample a predator as a group. Because the lioness is faced with a female buffalo and her calf, the outcome of this hunt is very much in question. These hoofed animals are capable of goring and killing a lion. So the predator proceeds with great caution. The Nile monitor can be quite light at just under 2 pounds, but it can also weigh up to 44 pounds. Although the species is common, it has not been fully studied. This reptile has a strong body and legs, a long tail, and truly powerful jaws. Its limbs end in long clawed toes. The animal uses them to dig burrows, to climb, and to tear apart its prey. They eat small mammals, birds, and their eggs, mollusks, crabs, snails, fish insects, in short, anything they can find. The hippo opens its mouth wide to display its deadly arsenal long canine teeth, which can grow to be a foot long. These attributes have become a commercial alternative for poachers. Due to the ban on the ivory trade, they have begun to hunt hippos for their tusks. These teeth are no less valuable on the black market. As you can see, the African jacana is a unique bird that can walk on water. It's all thanks to its small weight, from just 6 to 10 ounces. This bird is a poor flyer, but an excellent diver and swimmer. It feeds on aquatic insects, mollusks, and other small invertebrates. This bird is also interesting for its atypical sexual dimorphism. The females not only differ from the males, but are also larger than them. The crocodile's main hunting tactic is the surprise attack. Even though it cannot pursue prey for a long time, it can seize it the moment it comes within a dangerous distance of the predator. In fact, most of the time, animals and birds in the wild are either looking for food or resting. Oxpeckers help many animals get rid of parasites quickly, but not always painlessly. However, the cleaning of small wounds is of great importance for health, so they can endure it. In a single day, a hippo eats an average of 90 to 110 pounds of plant food. Near the river, that is usually fresh grass and various algae. The Goliath heron is a rather large bird, about 4 feet tall, with a wingspan of 6 to 7.5 feet. It usually weighs between 9 and 11 pounds. It feeds on fish, and quite large ones at that, up to 2 pounds. It may supplement its diet with insects, amphibians, and even small mammals. The Black Death. That is the nickname the African buffalo has received. They are unpredictable and can attack humans, capable of tossing a victim on their horns and tearing them apart or trampling them if they accidentally get in the way. Hunting these animals when they are together is very dangerous. There have been cases of buffalo killing even professional hunters. Herds of these ungulates can number from 50 to 500 individuals, and during the rainy season they can merge into groups of about 1,000. This is a defensive tactic against predators. The sheer number of these powerful herbivores frightens them away. However, lions will always be glad to attack a lone animal with their whole pride. On the list of the African buffalo's enemies are also leopards, hyenas, and African wild dogs. The great egret lives up to its name. Its weight alone ranges from 1.5 to 3.5 pounds, and its height reaches 3 feet. It moves slowly or waits for prey in the shallows. Its victims are usually frogs, snakes, fish, shrimp, as well as small rodents and various insects. The daily routine of a buffalo usually consists of periods when they go to graze and periods of rest when the animal simply lies down and digests what it has eaten. The Goliath heron is a solitary bird. It hunts by walking slowly along the shoreline. As soon as it sees prey at a distance that guarantees success, it seizes and swallows it. The African fish eagle looks into the distance. This is a fairly large bird weighing between 4.5 to 8 pounds. It exhibits sexual dimorphism. Individuals of both sexes differ, with the female being heavier than the male. It prefers fish and catches them in flight, approaching the water's surface for just a few seconds to snatch its prey from its familiar environment. However, this bird is not averse to diversifying its diet with other animals and birds. Specifically, these can be small water birds, turtles, snakes, and frogs. Now it is clear how sturdy the horns of the African buffalo are. In males, they gradually merge, forming a kind of shield around the head. This frontal shield, a fortress of bone forged over a lifetime of battles, can deflect almost any natural threat. Yet this very symbol of invincibility has become its curse, marking it as a target for a danger it was never evolved to face. It can even sleep with its eyes open. Now it is clear what its skin is like. It is very popular on the markets of many countries around the world. The skin on the back is harder than the skin on the belly. From the belly skin, very fine items are made that resemble the skin of an animal. An interesting fact, the skin on a crocodile's back is so durable that it can withstand a gunshot or a spear thrust. The common warthog has the longest gestation period among pigs, averaging 170 to 175 days. That is almost half a year. The piglets are born weighing only around a pound. Both young and adult warthogs love to roll in the mud. In this way, they create a protective layer on their skin against various parasites. These animals are omnivores, meaning they can eat both plants and food of animal origin. The territory of Chobe Park is home to one of the largest elephant populations on the African continent. According to rough estimates, there are about 50,000 individuals. As you can see, the elephants are flapping their ears. In this way, these giants cool the blood circulating there and thus quickly cool their entire body. Also, by flapping their ears, elephants communicate with each other, for example, to greet one another. Both the elephant and the buffalo belong to Africa's Big Five. This term refers to the 5 most dangerous animals, which also include the lion, leopard, and rhinoceros. Interestingly, herbivores and birds in most cases coexist peacefully with each other in the same territory. The lilac-breasted roller lives alone or in pairs. They build their nests in tree hollows. A clutch can have from 2 to 4 eggs. Both the male and female take turns incubating the eggs. The female always chooses the winner of ritual battles for mating. The males organize spectacular aerial duels, striking each other with their wings and trying to force their opponent to the ground. It is wonderful that national parks and other reserves have become a safe home for many interesting animals and birds that might have disappeared without these places. Unfortunately, that is exactly what is happening. Some species can now be found exclusively in protected areas. This space is free from poachers. Only tourists, lovers of adventure and nature, come here. And such visits are only possible in accordance with the national park's regulations. However, during your trip, do not forget the necessary precautions. No matter how friendly and cheerful the local inhabitants may seem, remember these are wild animals. To witness Chobe is to witness life at its most raw and magnificent. It is a world that existed long before us, and one that asks not for our interference but for our reverence. For in the survival of this sanctuary, we may just find a reflection of our own. And as dusk falls, this place continues its story, untouched by time, untouched by man.
A symphony of life exists in Morocco, a land shaped by the meeting of continents and climates. Its unique flora and fauna are a testament to nature's incredible diversity. High in the ancient cedar forests of the Atlas, there exists a hidden kingdom. A bustling, intricate society ruled by Africa's only macaque, the Barbary ape. They are known as Zartout by the Amazigh or Berber people. These highly social animals live in large troops, sometimes numbering up to 100 individuals. With their dark pink faces and yellowish-brown coats, they are one of the most recognizable of all monkeys. Males can grow to 30 inches and weigh up to 29 pounds. And here a remarkable role reversal unfolds. It is the males who are the heart of the family, dedicating endless hours to grooming and play. these are not idle pastimes. They are the threads that weave a lifelong tapestry of trust and alliance. In the wild world, few primates display such profound familial bonds as the Barbary macaque. Each individual is a vital link in a community where strength is derived from unity. They do not merely live. They share, care for and protect one another like a true extended family. The forests and mountain slopes are not just a habitat, but a stage for complex and emotional social relationships. Their lives are a symphony of herd discipline and tender mutual care. In the stillness of the mountains, the call of a Barbary macaque echoes an affirmation of nature's formidable vitality. However, their world is shrinking. The clearing of forests for farmland and overgrazing by livestock are destroying their habitat, causing their numbers to dwindle. Welcome to the beauty of Morocco, a kingdom forged by the elemental powers of nature. It is a land of extremes, where cool Atlantic winds meet the hot breath of the Sahara. Morocco's Atlantic coast stretches onward with majestic cliffs and charming seaside towns where life is entwined with the ocean. The mild Mediterranean climate in the north allows life to flourish, a stark contrast to the harshness of the south. Further south, the landscape gradually transforms, giving way to the arid, hotter lands of a semi-desert climate. This is the natural barrier that separates the coast from the vast Sahara. The Atlas Mountains are Morocco's backbone, a formidable barrier stretching over 1,500 miles. Its jagged peaks, deep valleys and steep slopes are the result of intense tectonic activity millions of years ago. Clinging to these unforgiving slopes is a true native of Morocco, the argan tree. It is a portrait of endurance. For half a century, it can stand patient and barren, waiting for the moment to produce its treasure, a fruit that yields an oil so precious it is known as liquid gold. This is the domain of the golden jackal. This opportunistic canine lives in Africa, Asia and southeastern Europe. They can adapt to a variety of habitats from savannas to river valleys. Golden jackals are social animals, often hunting in pairs or small family groups. They communicate using a wide range of vocalizations from howls to barks. Although carnivorous, preying on small mammals, birds and reptiles, their diet also includes a significant amount of fruit and vegetation. They are ingenious survivors, ever knowing of how to seize any opportunity to endure in a harsh environment. With patience and seamless coordination, they can bring down prey swiftly without the need for overwhelming strength. As a crucial link in the ecosystem, the golden jackal maintains natural equilibrium, serving as both hunter and scavenger. Unfortunately, like many of Morocco's wild animals, the golden jackal population is declining due to habitat loss and overhunting. Across the plains and grasslands, another animal faces similar threats. The Cape hare, with its long ears and powerful hind legs, was once abundant. Its speed can reach up to 35 miles per hour, an essential defense in this open habitat. However, speed cannot protect it from the destruction of its home. On the desert's edge, the most delicate creatures roam. There are small beings that were once ubiquitous, but now only faint traces remain. They were born for speed, living a life of vigilance in constant flight from danger. Yet sometimes, even agility cannot overcome drastic environmental change. When land shrinks and shelter disappears, life becomes more fragile than ever. In these barren fringes, only lonely footsteps remain in the vast emptiness. Each leap of the hare is no longer a game of survival, but a flight from inevitable disappearance. They are emblems of speed and vigilance, yet even emblems can fade when nature offers no sanctuary. From arid deserts to majestic mountain forests, Morocco is a vibrant mosaic of wildlife. Precious native species are facing the threat of silent extinction. Overexploitation and climate change are pushing ecosystems to their final threshold. But amidst the challenges, conservation efforts quietly strive to hold on to life. Morocco is not just a land of heritage, it is a frontline for the defense of a wild future. The Dorcas gazelle and the Sahel gazelle are the embodiment of grace on the Moroccan grasslands. The Dorcas gazelle is one of the smallest gazelle species in the world. Scientists are concerned that they are severely threatened by uncontrolled hunting, often by those seeking trophies. Conservation efforts are underway. Recently, authorities have relocated some individuals to reserves and national parks, hoping to secure their future. Further south, we enter the vast Sahara Desert. A world of sand and rock where life persists in extraordinary ways. Here, the smallest member of the canid family has made this harsh land its home. This is the fennec fox or desert fox. Weighing only about 3.5 pounds, the fennec fox is a master of adaptation. Its sand-coloured coat reflects sunlight during the day and provides warmth at night. But its true secret to survival in the searing heat lies in those magnificent ears. They are not simply for listening, they are the fox's own personal cooling system, vast surfaces that radiate away the desert's oppressive heat, allowing life to persist in the most impossible of places. In the harsh world of the desert, the small do not need strength, only cunning and endurance. Life here is not loud, but quietly overcomes challenges with the most sophisticated strategies. The desert does not forgive the weak, but it grants opportunities to those who have perfected adaptation. The fennec fox's diet is varied, including rodents, insects, and a large proportion of desert plants, which provide a precious source of water. But the desert also hides more dangerous predators. The horned desert viper is a venomous reptile, an expert in camouflage. Its skin color often matches the surrounding earth perfectly, making it nearly invisible as it waits for prey to pass. It does not chase its prey, but lets the prey walk into a deadly trap in the heart of the hot sands. In its world, patience is a weapon, and a single bite can determine a life. Some desert reptiles have evolved almost perfect camouflage. They use their surroundings to hide and ambush prey effectively. This adaptation helps them survive in the harsh and highly competitive conditions of the desert. Here too, on the mountain slopes, a nimble rodent appears at dawn and dusk. It is the Atlantic ground squirrel, with its characteristic black and gold stripes running down its back. Found only in Morocco, Algeria and the Canary Islands, this squirrel lives in family groups in rock crevices. It is adapted for climbing to the tops of trees to survey its surroundings. Their diet consists mainly of seeds, nuts and fruits, especially the fruit of the native argan tree. They also eat insects and even eggs and small birds. As we descend from the mountains, the landscape changes, opening up into grasslands and arid plains. They are tiny explorers, ever vigilant against dangers that lurk from the sky and the ground. Their dark coats help them merge into the arid landscape, while their keen eyes miss no movement. Each morning their shrill calls echo across the mountainsides, a melody to start a new day. The Barbary ground squirrel is not just an inhabitant, but also a sower of seeds, helping to sustain life in this arid land. Morocco is also a haven for other reptiles and amphibians. Over 90 species have been recorded, from the Moorish gecko to the Iberian wall lizard. In the streams and ponds, the Barbary frog, also known as the Amazigh frog, makes its home. Discovered in 1841, this amphibian is endemic to northwestern Africa. They are silent residents, living on the fragile edge between aridity and life, where every drop of water is as precious as gold. Though small and easily overlooked, they are the hidden lifeblood that keeps the ecological wheel of this land turning. Many resident birds also call Morocco home. The common blackbird, with its glossy black plumage and melodious song, is often seen in forests and gardens. Its song is no casual melody, but a complex declaration of its territory and breeding status. The male's brilliant orange-yellow bill is an honest signal of health, a testament to its ability to find carotenoid-rich food. With a characteristic tilt of its head, it listens for the movement of earthworms, a demonstration of acute hearing calibrated for predation. As dusk falls, it often delivers a final refrain from a high perch, a behavior thought to reinforce its dominance. This is not just a songbird, this is a master of survival honed over millennia to thrive right alongside us. The greenfinch, a robust little bird, can survive in quite harsh conditions. This explains its wide distribution from Europe to North Africa and Western Asia. Its conical beak, a tool sharpened by evolution, allows it to easily crack the hard shells of seeds and grains, its primary food source. This is a key survival advantage. The abundant energy from seeds allows them to accumulate fat, an invisible coat that helps them withstand the winter cold and provides stamina for long flights. Thus, from familiar gardens to distant lands, it is this dietary adaptability that has allowed this small bird to flourish across a vast territory. At the edge of the forests, the common nightingale unleashes its complex and ever-changing song. Although it sings throughout the day, its evening performance is truly special. The male nightingale's song can travel further, a clear message to assert territory and attract a mate. The song is more than just a melody. It is an acoustic resume. A more diverse and complex repertoire signals the male's age experience and survival skills, making him a prime candidate. The female listens intently, assessing not just the beauty of the song, but also the evidence of a worthy potential partner. This is a critical choice, determining the reproductive success of the next generation. But perhaps the most beautiful songbird of all is the goldfinch. With its vibrant colours and enchanting song, it is a true jewel of the Moroccan avian world. A social bird, the goldfinch often travels in flocks. Its beak is exceptionally fine and pointed, a perfect tool for extracting seeds from thistles. In the dawn light, their gleaming plumage shimmers like living sunbeams amongst the canopy. Their songs ring out like melodious hymns, carrying the sound of life in the wild. They are the harbingers of spring, bringing colour and sound to the arid lands. More than just a symbol of beauty, the Moosier's redstart helps disperse seeds, nurturing nature's revival. The skies of Morocco also tell stories of life and survival. It is a vital stopover for migratory birds travelling between Europe and Africa. The white stork, known as blag in Morocco, is one of the most impressive visitors. With their large wingspan, they fly for thousands of miles, using thermal currents to glide effortlessly. They avoid crossing the Mediterranean Sea, instead passing through the Strait of Gibraltar to the west. These great journeys are driven by the changing of the seasons. As carnivores, white storks feed on a wide variety of small animals from insects to mammals. They build large nests of sticks, often reusing and reinforcing them over many years. Against the deep blue sky, the wings of storks silently sketch a journey connecting two continents, an epic of endurance and natural wisdom. Each flight is a gamble with the winds, but also a testament to the wondrous bond between the earth, the sky, and life itself. And of course, one cannot forget the rock dove, a familiar sight throughout the countryside and cities feeding on grass seeds and grains. Their homing ability is phenomenal. Some individuals can find their way home from hundreds of miles away. They use the Earth's magnetic field, combined with the Sun's position, to create a remarkable internal compass. Another remarkable fact is that both the male and female parent produce a crop milk rich in protein and fat to feed their young. This is a special secretion from the lining of the crop, providing everything needed for the chicks' development in their first few days. This unique adaptation allows them to breed almost year-round, ensuring the continuation of their kind wherever they choose to make their home. They are not only symbols of peace, but also living proof of nature's extraordinary intelligence and adaptability. From impressive gorges like Todra to the oldest national park, Toubkal, and the magnificent Ouzoud Falls, Morocco's landscapes are as diverse as its wildlife. Every valley, every peak and every dune is part of a complex and delicate tapestry. The natural world of Morocco is a precious heritage. A complex and fragile web of life, a reminder of the beauty and delicate balance that exists on our planet. Here, the earth and rock are not just terrain, they are witnesses to time bearing the marks of eternal cycles of life. The Amazon rainforest, the largest tropical wilderness on our planet. A world of water and shadow where life flourishes in astonishing diversity, accounting for over 10% of all known species on Earth. And in this realm, one predator reigns supreme, the jaguar. A majestic hunter concealed within the dense foliage. Its magnificent golden coat, patterned with distinctive rosettes, makes it a master of concealment. Though a powerful runner, the jaguar prefers stealth and ambush over long, drawn-out chases. This is a hunter defined not by speed, but by sheer crushing power. A bite delivered with such force it can shatter the ancient armor of a turtle's shell, a testament to the unforgiving nature of life and death in this realm. This species is most active at dusk and dawn, avoiding the tropical heat of midday. The jaguar is also a superb swimmer, often frequenting rivers and lakes to hunt fish, turtles, and even caiman. The jaguar's reign is a sign of a healthy, thriving world, but it does not hunt in these shadows alone. For where there is a king, there are also princes of the twilight, smaller, more secretive, but no less formidable. With a beautiful coat combining spots and stripes, it blends effortlessly into its surroundings. A nocturnal predator, the ocelot is solitary and elusive, roaming a vast territory that stretches from the Amazon to as far north as Texas. Though slender in form, it is the silent nightmare of every rodent, bird and reptile dwelling in the dense jungle. Deep in the dense forests lives a canid so rare it was once thought to be extinct. The bush dog was known only from fossils until it was rediscovered alive. They live in monogamous family packs, primarily hunting large rodents like agoutis and capybaras. But life here is not lived solely in the shadow of the predator. By the water's edge, a different kind of giant makes its home. Seemingly placid, the capybara, the largest rodent on Earth, lives in a state of quiet vigilance. A fully grown adult can weigh nearly 200 pounds. They are highly social animals living in large groups near bodies of water. Devoted to a semi-aquatic life, they spend much of their time submerged in rivers and swamps. In this same aquatic world, another formidable predator holds dominion. The giant river otter, reaching lengths of up to 6 feet, is the largest of all otter species. Their thick, velvety fur is waterproof, a perfect adaptation for a life spent in water. They hunt alone or in groups with fish, including the fearsome piranha forming the mainstay of their diet. They are the embodiment of agility and grace in the aquatic wilderness. The cohesion of the pack grants the giant otter an absolute advantage in every hunt. Hidden beneath the water surface lurks a true giant. The green anaconda, one of the largest and heaviest snakes in the world. Some individuals can exceed 30 feet in length and weigh over 500 pounds. These colossal snakes inhabit rivers and swamps, preying on large animals such as deer, wild pigs, and even caiman. A relative of the crocodile, the spectacled caiman, has a unique feature, a bony ridge between its eyes that resembles a pair of glasses. This reptile is hunted for its skin and meat, and this, combined with habitat destruction, has placed its future in jeopardy. Another species, the black caiman, is the largest of its family and one of the Amazon's top predators. Its dark skin provides perfect camouflage in the murky waters. The Amazon is also a paradise for birds home to more than half of all the world's avian species. Among the smallest and most magical is the hummingbird. Their wings beat up to 70 times a second, creating their characteristic humming sound. To power this tiny iridescent engine, it must embark on a relentless quest, drinking its own weight in liquid sunlight each day. In doing so, it becomes an unwitting weaver of life, stitching the forest together one flower at a time. As tiny as a leaf, the hummingbird is an indispensable link in the magnificent chain of life in the Amazon. Another brilliant resident is the Guianan cock of the rock. The male is striking with bright orange or red plumage and a large crescent-shaped crest. They typically build their nests near rock faces. And perhaps no bird can rival the fantastical beauty of the birds of paradise. The males possess magnificent plumage and perform complex courtship dances to attract a mate. In the dense cloud forests of the Amazon, a vibrant bird appears like a living jewel, the toucan barbet. Its thick yellow bill and bright red chest make it unmistakable. This bird lives in social groups, foraging for food and raising their young together. Amidst the humid canopy, it is a symbol of community and the unique beauty of the Andes. Here, forest and river merge into a single unified entity, creating a living, breathing labyrinth that stretches without end. In the dense canopy, the red-headed barbet is an emblem of the colour and diversity of the tropical world. Its large bill and vibrant plumage are not merely aesthetic, they reflect its evolutionary role in mating and ecological adaptation. The crimson-rumped toucanet is a vital link in maintaining the ecological balance of the rainforest. This bird is adapted to high humidity environments, typically living at altitudes between 3,000 and 8,000 feet. Their presence is an indicator of a healthy and biodiverse forest. The toucan, in turn, is defined by its enormous, colourful bill. Though it appears heavy, the bill is remarkably light and is used for plucking fruit and for regulating body temperature. The toucan's vibrant plumage is not just for camouflage, but also helps in individual recognition within the flock. Despite their large bills and striking appearance, they weigh only about 10 to 21 ounces thanks to a light, hollow bone structure. The parrot family is also incredibly diverse. The red and green macaw, also known as the green-winged macaw, is a large bird, primarily red, with brilliant green patches on its wings. With their resounding calls and plumage as vibrant as fire and foliage, they are living symbols of the tropical forest. As the macaw soars through the canopy, it seems to set the very sky of the Amazon ablaze with life. The blue and yellow macaw is one of the most beautiful and intelligent of all parrots, distinguished by its fusion of azure, blue and gold. They can live for 50 years, or even more. With a remarkable memory and a talent for mimicry, they are the charming and cunning inhabitants of the jungle. The great green macaw, one of the largest parrots, is renowned for its emerald green plumage. It is a highly social species that lives in flocks but is now threatened by habitat loss and illegal poaching. They are a living testament to the richness and subtlety of the tropical avian world. But that beauty is also fragile, as their future depends on the actions of humanity today. This forest is also home to over 50 species of primates. The brown woolly monkey, with its thick fur and prehensile tail, moves with agility through the forest canopy. They live in large troops with a diet consisting mainly of plants and insects. Amidst the dense forest canopy, they are acrobatic artists, silently helping to maintain the balance of the Amazonian ecosystem. The capuchin monkey, intelligent and inquisitive, has a varied diet that includes eggs, insects, fruits, and even small mammals. They not only use tools to find food, but also learn from one another, creating a unique culture in the heart of the jungle. It needs no venom, no claws. A single silent squeeze is enough to extinguish life. For the capuchin, intelligence and cleverness are the very tools that have ensured their survival across generations. The black howler monkey is the largest primate in the Amazon and also the loudest. Their howls can echo for miles through the forest. They live in groups and feed primarily on leaves and fruit. Long webbed toes enable it to ride the air currents, a living parachute. Sound that stills the entire forest to listen. The common squirrel monkey has a brain that is remarkably large for its body size. They live in enormous troops, sometimes numbering in the hundreds, and have an omnivorous diet. A slender, supple body built for a life lived high in the dense upper layers of the forest. When 100 of them surge through the trees, they transform the forest into an unstoppable living whirlwind. Do not be deceived by their endearing appearance. In the world of the squirrel monkey, survival is a game of speed and wits. But no primate is smaller than the pygmy marmoset. A fully grown adult can rest comfortably in the palm of a human hand. They feed principally on tree sap, a highly specialized diet. To get to the sap, they use sharp teeth to gouge the tree's bark, leaving distinctive cuts that are easily recognizable in the forest. Their dental structure and digestive system have evolved specifically to absorb nutrients from this uncommon food source. High above one creature has adopted a completely different way of life to avoid predators on the ground. This is the sloth, a mammal famed for its slow pace. They spend almost their entire lives hanging upside down from trees. A slow metabolism allows them to survive on a low-nutrient diet consisting solely of leaves. Through this energy-saving lifestyle, the sloth has survived for millions of years without the need for speed or strength. This survival strategy helps them evade the notice of predators in the dense jungle. The sloth shows that sometimes being slow is not a weakness, but an evolutionary advantage. The world of Amazonian amphibians is also incredibly rich. They are present everywhere. Their diversity is an inseparable part of the tropical forest. Each call is an affirmation that the Amazon is still vibrantly alive. In the still waters it glides like a phantom, poised to strike a fatal blow to any unsuspecting prey. Its passage is as subtle as mist, moving silently across leaves still wet with night's dew. Her vibrant green skin dissolves into the foliage, a cloak of invisibility that confounds predators. Each leap is a marvel of agility and precision, an artist performing a dance of survival. Seemingly fragile and small, it is an emblem of the profound vitality of the deep rainforest. Its large eyes pierce the gloom, a world where hunters are always watching. A back of verdant green and a belly of brilliant orange provide the perfect camouflage amidst the damp canopy. Shimmering gold dappled with brown, as if painted by hand, makes it a living jewel in the forest canopy. Its long webbed feet unfurl like silken sails, allowing it to drift effortlessly through the air. The eyes, blazing like twin telescopes, register every stir in the ancient forest shadows. In the deep stillness of the jungle, it appears as a tiny yet captivating masterpiece of nature. The red-eyed tree frog uses its brilliant red eyes as a defense mechanism. When threatened, it abruptly opens them, startling a predator and creating a chance to escape. Its green skin provides perfect camouflage among the forest leaves. They spend most of their time clinging to leaves with specialized adhesive pads on their toes. Though small, the red-eyed tree frog is a testament to the subtle adaptations of the rainforest. The long legs of a tree frog allow it to move with agility through the canopy. The bright colours on its legs can disorient potential predators. A deep green back merges with the leaves, while a vibrant orange belly is scored with bold black streaks. The large eyes with the sharp, vertical pupils of a nocturnal hunter. Long webbed toes enable it to ride the air currents, a living parachute. A slender, supple body built for a life lived high in the dense upper layers of the forest. Whether hunting prey or escaping danger, it launches itself into a gentle, controlled flight. A moss-green back speckled like a decaying leaf offers the ultimate disguise. Gleaming like a fragment of a rainbow, the rose chafer is both an artist that colours the garden. Tiny, silent yet irreplaceable hoverflies are the The smooth, moist skin hides a sophisticated secret, the ability to breathe. It is a vital link in the ecosystem, controlling insect populations and maintaining the health of the ancient forest. The question that hangs in the Atlantic air is no longer if they can survive the crucible of nature, but whether they can survive. Large eyes rimmed with black give it a spectacled appearance and a forensic view of the forest shadows. They forage for fruits and plants among the tangled vines to fuel their nearly 200-kilogram bodies. Its skin secretes a unique waxy coating to retain moisture, a secret weapon for survival in the humid climate. Newly hatched forest cobras begin life fully equipped with instinct and a lethal dose of venom. They are born ready to kill. In the Amazon, Beauty is often a disguise, and sometimes it is a warning. This living jewel wears its lethality openly. It carries no fang, no claw, only a silent promise painted on its skin that to touch it is to court death itself. The toxin of some species is potent enough to be fatal even to humans. Amphibians are an ancient group of animals tied to both water and land. They play a crucial role in the food web as both predator and prey. Their presence is a sign of a healthy ecosystem. The Amazon is home to over 3,000 recorded species of ants, and that number continues to grow. Leafcutter ants do not eat leaves, but use them to cultivate a fungus, their primary source of nutrition. Each colony can contain millions of individuals divided into roles such as workers, soldiers, and the queen. Their nest system is as complex as a miniature city, with specialized chambers for eggs, larvae, and the fungus gardens. Some ant species have jaws strong enough to bite through the skin of much larger animals. The venom of the bullet ant contains toxin, which affects the nervous system and causes excruciating pain. The pain from a sting can last up to 24 hours, accompanied by fever, nausea, and localized paralysis. The Amazonian kangaroo beetle is a rare species living mainly in the leaf litter beneath the forest canopy. They are small, but their strong hind legs allow them to jump quickly to escape danger. Their hard, dark shell helps them hide against the dense forest floor. As decomposers, they contribute to the ecological balance of the rainforest. The rose beetle has a brilliant metallic shell and is often found on flowers, feeding on nectar and pollen. The The shell of the rose beetle shimmers like an emerald in the sunlight. They contribute to plant pollination and are an important link in garden ecosystems. When in danger, this beetle often plays dead to avoid detection by its enemies. Gleaming like a fragment of a rainbow, the rose chafer is both an artist that colours the garden and a master of camouflage in the game of survival. In the Amazon rainforest, stingless bees are among the most effective pollinators. They can fly deep into the dense forest layers where other bees cannot reach. Lacking a stinger, they defend their nests by biting aggressively and secreting a sticky substance. Amazonian stingless bee honey is highly valued, rich in antioxidants and antibacterial properties. Thanks to these bees, many native plant species continue to thrive in a competitive ecosystem. Tiny, silent yet irreplaceable hoverflies are the miniature warriors that nurture the life force of the entire forest. It is a sophisticated survival strategy, allowing them to persist even when fruits and insects become scarce. The millipede cannot bite or sting, but it can secrete a compound containing hydrogen cyanide for self-defense. They play a vital role in the ecosystem by breaking down leaf litter and organic matter, helping to enrich the forest soil. This long-bodied beetle, with its slender legs and antennae, typically lives in leaf litter or on decaying wood. Some species of ground beetle can spray a hot chemical from their abdomen to defend themselves, creating a characteristic pop. The Goliath bird eater is one of the world's largest spiders inhabiting the tropical forests of South America. Despite its name, its diet consists mainly of insects and other small animals. The Goliath bird eater, the eight-legged terror of the South American jungle, can fell its prey with a lightning-fast strike in the darkness. And finally the butterflies, which adorn the forest with their fragile beauty. The blue morpho is famous for its shimmering blue colour, an optical effect caused by the structure of its wing scales. That iridescent beauty comes not from pigment, but from microstructures that make the wings glow as if by magic in the sunlight. Each time it glides through the light, its wings seem to open a magical gateway between the reality and the dream of the tropical rainforest. The heliconius butterfly of the Nymphalidae family is known for its ability to mimic the colors of other toxic butterflies to avoid predation. They are native to the tropics of Central and South America and have an unusually long lifespan due to their ability to regenerate eggs continuously. In the game of survival, that vibrant beauty is not just for mesmerizing, it is a weapon of ultimate deception and wisdom. Masters of disguise in the tropical forest, they don a false warning coat to make their enemies wary. The owl butterfly, one of the largest butterflies, has a different defense mechanism. Large eye spots on its wings mimic the eyes of an owl intended to frighten away predators. Climate change is causing many butterfly populations to decline and lose their habitats. From the crushing jaws of the jaguar to the delicate wings of the morpho, every creature we have met is a thread in an immense, intricate tapestry. The sloth's stillness, the monkey's call, the frog's silent warning. They are all notes in the Amazon's ancient symphony. This is a world built over millennia, a masterpiece of evolution. And yet, its future hangs in the balance, as fragile as the wing of a butterfly. Its survival depends not on the strength of its predators, but on the wisdom of the one species capable of understanding its story and choosing to protect it.
As dawn breaks over the African savanna, a slender figure emerges, the embodiment of silent grace, the serval. With legs unusually long, this feline towers above the grasses, granting it speed and sight unmatched. Its vast ears sweep the landscape, attuned to the faintest rustle, the softest tremor beneath the earth. Every muscle drawn taut, it waits a living bowstring, ready to release in an instant of pure precision. Claws needle sharp, close with unerring accuracy, locking prey in a fatal embrace. A single swift bite ends the struggle, silent, efficient, almost invisible to the world around it. Those dagger-like teeth honed by evolution are the timeless instruments of survival. Moving with balletic poise, the serval glides through the grass, a dancer choreographed by the wild. In the stillness of night, its eyes shimmer like twin lanterns, ears alive to whispers in the dark. It hunts not only mice and birds, but frogs, fish, and insects, whatever the grassland yields. Few predators succeed so often. Nearly half of its hunts end in triumph, a record unmatched. After the chase, it drinks swiftly at a waterhole, every movement tempered with caution. Now, human hands reshape its world grasslands, consumed by fire fields and farms. And still worse, some fall victim to the trade in exotic skins and pets. But as the sun sets, the serval's golden eyes remind us, nature's wonders endure if only we let them.